last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Arthur.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Arthur.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone. Back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And I have Jen here. I see Jen. Let me see here. Oh, no, I don't want to edit Jen's name. There we go. Hey Jen, good to see you.
Hey, honey, how are you?
Girl, what a long couple of days it's been. I've been researching and looking into things. I know that's how you do it, just with your maps. But I've been kind of trying to go back to the beginning and listen into things I've never heard before, or just stuff like that.
So what have you been listening to?
Well, I mean, I wasn't big on TikTok at all. So I've been going back and listening to TikToks, and I've been creeping on your page and Smiley and all the people that have covered him, just covered Sebastian. And, I'm just trying to pull in every little bit that I can. Because, 2 years is too long.
Eh, yeah, you got that right. I'm so over it. I know everybody is. I mean, but we excuse me, we can't even imagine what the parents go through. Seth, I mean, we are a little suspect of Chris and Katie, but I mean, Seth, it's every day is a nightmare, you know. Going back, I've been going back on some things. I wish that I was more active on my TikTok like I used to be. I'm so, I don't know. I need to be making
Difficult to
more
do both.
videos because, people want to see it. I mean, TikTok is really the audience for astrology. YouTube isn't, it's a challenge for me to be on YouTube and spend so much time that I do on YouTube than TikTok because TikTok is really where it's at for me to grow. Really, my YouTube channel too. I should be doing that more, but time is not time is of the essence, but time is just like, God dang, I go and spend a couple of days with my granddaughter. I've got to have that balance. I think we all do, but it's time for the law
Yeah.
enforcement to do something.
I bet she just keeps you going and puts a smile on your face because she's just adorable. And the kids say the cutest, funniest things that you just wouldn't expect sometimes, and you're like, "What?" And I know, she's got that personality
She will
too,
she will
so
never forget you. She will never forget, lady. She will never forget you.
I had such a fun time, like, it was just nice, hanging with you guys too, so that was the cool part. Um,
So you're
but
coming
I knew
back,
that we
right?
would click.
You're coming back. You're gonna be coming back for the anniversary?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I will be there. I'm gonna go ahead and rent a car again, which I liked, but I was
Yeah,
thinking
that was
about it since
nice.
you guys have that snow, I might get a SUV this time.
Right.
'Cause I'm like, what's the weather gonna be like? Because I see the chats going off about snow and ice and, have you guys gotten weather yet?
No, but we're going to. We're prepared. Jeff's got us, he's got us.
Yeah, it's probably so nice to be snowed into, like where you're at is just beautiful. So, Tennessee is beautiful. And, that's one thing that, I just can't wrap my mind around, Jen, is because that area is such a nice area that Sebastian went missing from. I got to be there, see it, feel the area, out. And boy, it's just a cute little area. I mean, and maybe I'm going back to a real estate days, but, this house is so cute, but, but I just
I mean,
yeah,
they
I
are,
just don't feel
they're
like it's like a
$700,000,
bad yeah.
and that's yeah, and they're cute, but they ain't that cute. They ain't 700,000 cute. If I'm gonna pay 700,000, I'm gonna be on the lake,
Yeah,
you
no
know?
kidding. Well,
Yeah,
I know.
yeah. I'm not gonna
Exactly.
be in some neighborhood with somebody right next door to me where I can just, talk to them outside my window. They're so close. Why? You can be on the lake, but whatevs.
I know. I
It ain't
agree.
all
The
that great.
amenities around is different.
Yeah,
Like, well,
yeah,
it's like,
Chris
okay,
and
so if
Katie
you're
could have
gonna
done
raise
better.
kids,
They
you
could have done
know
better with their investment, and, you would think that his mother would have helped him with that purchase, but, you know, shows you what kind of realtor she is.
no
I gotta put in the jab right now.
Well,
I mean, I'm just, I gotta put that jab in because she sucks as a realtor. Kathy Bowersox, that is,
she
in
seems
my
like
opinion.
now is she more of a catcher, like, for new builds?
Allegedly.
Allegedly. I just thought she was like a catcher for new builds, and I was like, "Well, that's a pretty cushy place to be, especially when you're, calling expired listings and trying to get those, numbers up and meeting, new clients and things like that, so or prospective clients."
I would expect more, really, and then her to
Well,
advise her son to buy a almost $700,000 home in such a close, tight neighborhood, and you don't even have what I mean, there's no elevator in there. Like, what makes that such a high dollar neighborhood? I don't get it.
I don't know, but when I think about the neighborhood, I think about all the pools that were in the area. Because at first I was thinking water, of course, with autism, but, getting to know Sebastian better, we know he likes pools, so, like, didn't not any of the neighbors, like, invite him down to the pool? Or, like, I didn't get that vibe. That neighborhood gave me a weird vibe, and that's the only place that gave me a weird vibe. Like, every other place, I was like, "Yeah, I'd shop over here, I'd eat at these places." Texas Roadhouse, good experience both times. I don't know. It's just strange.
Yeah, and the black birds that we saw, that didn't help.
Mhm. It got very ominous really quickly, and that's the only way I could feel, or say, how I was feeling.
Yeah,
Like,
they
I
don't have
felt
a
safe.
community pool. They don't even have
No
a community
community
pool,
pool.
they have nothing. I mean, it's just like, what makes that neighborhood so high dollar? I don't get it. I think that that was a bad investment.
Little Miss Sharon says, "Snark is welcome," and cheers. I love Little
Feel
Miss
a little
Sharon. Good to see
snarky
you
with
guys.
her. I mean, really.
Well, I will say, with the new builds on the other side, it did bring their property value up a tad, and I think that's why everybody's like, "Oh, it's on the market," but it wasn't on the market. Um,
There's
yeah,
so
and
much
then I've
misinformation.
been
There's
just
so
going
much
back to the beginning,
misinformation.
Jen, because I feel like we missed something big, and I don't think their stories are true, like, at all. I think maybe 50%, like, I'll 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 give the computer version 50%.
I agree. I'm with you.
And I know Mr. Proudfoot probably argue and say, "Oh, well, that's 52%." Well, there's still a hell of a lot that you guys are not being honest with. So I'm thinking, you know, the last time we saw Sebastian is at the Texas Roadhouse. After that, it's really hazy. And then it's also really hazy with the trash being taken to the end of the driveway. That's something that is like, if we could get confirmation on that, at least we can understand where we need to go next.
I saw that
Um,
Liberty. I saw hold on just a second. I saw that Liberty. I did. I've got you, girl. Don't worry. Don't worry. I think that I think that the
really?
main thing, yeah, I think that the main I saw that Liberty. The main thing
What?
in the chat, in Justin's chat, so Liberty is saying, "Oh my God, people in Justin's chat don't even know who Jen is." I mean, I'm an astrologer. Okay,
That's
I'm an
so
astrologer. Let's go ahead and get that. Let's make sure that everybody understands that I'm an astrologer. I love oracle cards. I love divining, and I love having people up on my panel that like orb. Okay, I don't have just any tarot reader, or she's not even a tarot reader. She's an oracle reader. She's an oracle. She sends mess. She This is so different. It's more native what orb attraction does with the oracle cards. It's not tarot. We don't really do tarot. I only do tarot in private, and that's if you book a session with the tarot. I'm an astrologer. Let's
I
just
just
make
know you're
sure that
so good at
everybody
what you do.
understands, and it's even in my freaking name. I mean, let's be real. Jen, the tarot reader? No, honey, you don't even know who I am. You have no idea. I mean, you're stuck. You're stuck.
But
You're
I
not
had fun
you
though
know?
with you guys doing the tarot cards. That was fun, like
It
just
was
listening
fun,
what the
like, when we
cards were
had
saying.
Jules and everybody up there, it was just kinda fun,
That was
we were just
fun.
it's good to balance. I mean, this case will take everything out of you. It will suck you dry. It will suck your spirit,
Yeah.
and we do have to have some balance, and I think that that's good. I think that it's good for everybody, especially that's going I've been through a lot of trauma, death of children. I think that it's a great thing, and, people that knock it, they just don't get it. They're not expanding their mind. That's not on me, that's on you. That's
Well,
how I
Jen, I
see it,
think it's
but
great that you're, like, reaching out to other parents that have lost their kids then too, like, even Sebastian just being missing and,
tap with the tutors. I
being
mean,
there for Seth.
I live in Tennessee. I mean, I've talked to other parents, Tabitha Tudor's parents.
Mhm.
I mean, I could go there's a list.
How long has she been missing for, Jen, again, Tabitha
Martha
Tudor?
Lee Ann Green, I mean, we can just keep on going on to the decades. These cases are decades old,
Oh my gosh, that's
you
so,
know?
see,
I
and
mean,
that's so
intimacy, so
disheartening.
this ain't my first rodeo, you know? I'm not just new to true crime, I'm not new to missing kids, this isn't new to me. So,
Jen's voice always gets me calm, and then when she talks about the planets and everything, it calms me down because I've called her really riled up before, and then she's she starts talking about, the universe, different things, and I'm like, "Oh, this is much better. Like I need to." So
yeah, you
you
gotta
ground me, Jen.
bring some balance in, bring some balance
Yeah, you
in.
bring me the balance. Jen's my rooster.
That's
I
right.
joke with her. I joke
I
with her
am
about
your
that.
rooster girl.
Jen's my
I'm going to
rooster.
protect you 100. I'm down for you.
I just love it. I love it because it's just you're also always so like down to talk about the cases, even though you've done it all day long. So if I call you, you're always like down to talk about cases and how you see things. We all bring something to the table. I even tried to figure out like
Exactly.
what do I do? What do I bring to the table? And I think it's the
Let
storytelling
me
and
just say
my
something.
mouth.
I don't have a crystal ball. I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not God. I don't know. I'm theorizing just like y'all are. I'm watching. I'm a watcher. And people that are on my channel, that are members of my channel, we watch, we observe. We're not trying to fix, manage, control reality. We're not trying to force our views on other people. We try to find common ground with where we can agree. We're adults. When you come to my channel and when you come to Lady Freedom's channel, you need to come to the adult table. We are
I love
adults.
that, Jen.
Want to
To
act
come
like
to the
adults.
adult table.
Okay.
Take a seat. No.
See, let's all sit down at the adult table. Let's be adults and let's commune and, just have a good time and find common ground. I think that that's so important when it comes to different theories. If I'm like, I don't understand the lights. If I say that, don't get mad. Think, why is she not with the lights? Well, because just a few minutes in the cemetery, there could have been a handoff. I don't think that Sebastian is buried in the cemetery. Does that mean I'm wrong or I'm right? It's just what I'm thinking. We can agree to disagree. We can find common ground. We can be adults and we can be friends even if we don't have the same views on everything. And I think that
Oh,
that
yeah.
is what's so lacking here on the YouTube streets. And somebody's got to bring some logic and some beauty
I
and just,
know.
not we can't be juveniles. We are not juveniles. I'm
Well, I
not,
want
you're
people to
not.
talk about my theory. I want them to. So, like, if I put something out there, I want people to talk about it. I want them to debunk it or agree or, come up with more details that they may think, have thought of that I didn't. So that's where the conversation comes in, and that's where it's valuable. And if we stomp that out because of fan quality or who likes who more on a personal level, then we're really shooting ourselves in the foot.
What you said, yeah. Yes,
you
I
know
agree.
we just
Yeah,
are. It stops the conversation. you know
it's hot,
and if
and
you're going
that's
to tell me I'm an
powerful, that's
idiot, tell me why
powerful.
I'm an idiot.
Yeah,
That's all I
well,
ask.
yeah, and me and you have had some very intense conversations.
Oh my gosh, yes, and we make each other show receipts for them. It's like, where'd you see that?
We
Did you
do.
see it or did you hear it? I love that because I mean, we got to remember that too, that things float around and, you know,
I think holding
oftentimes they're not true.
Yeah, I think as with our friendship, we should hold each other accountable. If you we're
Yeah,
gonna Okay, look, when you love someone, you're either going to love them to life or you're gonna love them to death. I don't want anybody to say, "Oh, I'll just love you to death." No, please don't. Love me to life. I wanna be loved to life, and I wanna make sure that if I'm not loving you to life, that you hold me accountable, you know? So
absolutely.
you can't care for people and hurt them with your care. So
Right.
that's something that as adults we do have to take accountability for as well. Yeah, I think that there could have been a handoff, but I also think that there could have been a handoff at stop 30.
You know what
So
my problem is with the cemetery is 20 minutes later, they were doing activity in the cemetery, but why? Like, what were they doing over there, 2 nights in a row? So if they took the time to do it 2 nights in a row, scout out the area and whatnot, I see that. That's valuable, and I'm like, "Okay, wow, that makes me think." Then I'm like, "Okay, but what about the fact that, you just did a crime, right? You just grabbed a kid, a whole kid, you know, cute little Sebastian there. And, you just grabbed a whole ass kid. I would be getting the fuck out of the area. I'd have been gone,
right.
Jen. Like Proudfoot said, run, as fast as I could down the highway. Um,
I've never met Sebastian, but I imagine if I look at him, I'm looking at a mini Seth. I'm looking at a mini Seth, and I'm
oh yeah.
thinking, "Oh my God. You've got the intellect, you got the intuition. He's 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 more than I think that what we can even imagine." And I so adore you too, Orb Attraction. Laura, I love you, girl. I love you,
I love
babes.
that though, Jen. Love you to life because if you enable people, I mean, that's the worst thing you can do for someone. You don't love people if you do that. You hold them accountable, and if they're doing wrong, you don't just keep letting them do wrong. You got to be like, hey, you need to do something different here. How can we help? And, yeah, I agree with that statement 1000%.
I didn't stream to my channel because I figured, let's keep the chat just in your community.
I know, but I love intermingling because I think it's cool. Because your audience is going to be different than mine, and mine will be different than yours, and I think that just helps us, the channels grow. But I hate how they do the chat. I wish
You
it
think
was
I
it
should
was like,
stream it to my audience?
well, it's just like
It's
the
it confuses
both.
people because they're like, "I don't see the chat. I don't see this one." And they're like, "Where's this one?" And they're like, "I don't know
Yeah,
who's chatting me in." So,
yeah, exactly. Why did they do it that way? And then also with the vertical stream versus the horizontal stream new thing, like Kiki told me yesterday that she said, I go, what'd you do with both streams that you can't see both of the chats? And she goes, yeah, she goes, there was trolls in the other one. And I'm like, I guess it's a troll chat and a regular chat. But you can't police
wow.
it. I don't know how to, I mean, I don't even know who's in there. I can't see them.
Right.
It's
Yeah, I
weird.
don't yeah.
Now, it would be
I don't
like that
get
if I
that either.
streamed to Facebook
I tried that
too.
one time and I got so confused. I was like, "Oh, hell no. I will not do that ever again."
Mhm. I know, that's what I did. I stopped doing it because I go, that's why I asked Kiki, "Well, okay, do you like that? Or, how's it working?" Because I thought maybe they had changed something because they need to merge the chat somehow. I don't know
Yeah. But
how they could
TikTok
do it.
TikTok is definitely a different type of it's so different. So with my astrology, I just go through the numbers, talk about it, whatever, post it. That's it. And I can go from case to case to case to case. But here on YouTube, it's more challenging for me. So I've taken up the challenge, but I do need to start posting more on TikTok because I think it's where my bigger tribe would be. There's just a diverse people on TikTok than you
I
get
don't know
on
if I'm supposed
than
to
you
do
get
it,
on
but
the
I advertise my YouTube on TikTok. I sure
yeah,
do.
and
I'm like, "Come over
yeah,
to YouTube."
yeah.
That's how I do it. I don't know if I'm supposed to do that or not, but I do. Um, because I'm like, I'm not on TikTok. Have you gone live on TikTok?
Oh, yeah.
I've
Oh,
never
yeah.
gone live on TikTok.
Oh, girl, we need to do it. We definitely need to do it. We need to go
That'd
live
be
on
fun.
TikTok together. That would be fun because I got a
Okay,
whole lot
let's
more
do it.
followers than I do on YouTube. That would be fun. That it would be a lot of fun. I love to talk about Sebastian on TikTok. There's a
Yeah,
lot of
he
people
has a
that's
big
on
presence on
TikTok that never
TikTok.
come on YouTube. They never come on YouTube. They cannot stand YouTube. They're only on
Really?
TikTok.
That's
Yeah.
funny. They only do TikTok then. I see. So they're very much like a cult group of TikTokers. Because
I mean,
I advertise, over there for this.
Marie McCall, she says, only reason why I think he is being his because KP and CP is going on with their life and they didn't want Seth to have him because Sebastian would talk. Yes. Yes. Seth 100, I mean, he truly believes. And is it because he's just so hopeful? Is it because he is just like, I don't know, keeping hope alive because that's all he has to go about his days, possibly. But I mean, if he believes that they can't stand him enough to just go ahead and do what they were going to do and put him in a place and not tell Seth, yeah, he truly believes that. He don't think that. I mean, he goes back and forth. Would Katie? Would Chris? Would they? Would they? Would they? He goes back just like we do. So I don't know, man. They were going
Yeah.
to put him somewhere, and would they have put him in a military type of school? I don't know. I mean, the stuff that's going on in Minnesota right now with the autistic schools and things like that, with the autistic
Mhm.
kids, all that stuff going on, Sebastian having a connection to Minnesota. We just don't know. We don't know. We
I
don't have a crystal
know.
ball. We ain't God. We don't know how this is all going to play out, but we're riding the wave. And I think if we could just have hope, I think if we could just have hope and keep the hope and the positivity and just keep it alive,
Mhm.
it's going to be
Yes.
better. It's going to be better for all of us, our psyches, our emotional, because we don't know and we have no proof. There's no evidence. Okay, so I have a family cemetery. We go in and out of there at different hours of the night.
Right.
And, you
Yeah.
know, that's a cemetery. It's got people that are deceased and, you know, their their grandkids or their brother or their sister or their parent could be, going in there all hours. We just don't know why the activity was there. We don't know. And so if we assume that it has to do with Sebastian and that there's, just no coincidences and that this is, I mean, yeah, but to say that he's buried there or that he's deceased or there's just no proof of that. So, we've got to be mindful and put ourselves in that position and say, okay, if we are that parent and we are looking and we are understanding that everybody pretty much their consensus is, oh, he's dead. He's gone.
I
This is what
think
happened.
that
They did this, they did that,
Mhm.
And if you're that parent that has the missing kid, let me tell you something. I've talked to so many of them.
Yeah.
Psychics, mediums, they will email, they will call, they will let that parent know all kinds of crazy, horrific things that have happened to their children. Imagine being that parent, okay? Just put yourself in that shoe for just a minute.
Jen. Mm.
Girl, it's bad. It's so bad. It's so bad when you talk to the parents and then they're just like distraught because of all these people saying this, but they know what happened, but why is it that they don't know where to go to find them? Exactly. I don't want to hear about a freaking tractor. You know how many tractors there are in Tennessee? No, no, don't tell me
I
that.
know, I know. Oh my god. They don't realize the area. They don't know what they're
No
dealing with
sandwich.
the
We do
area.
not have a closing time for our cemetery. It is not monitored. We're not, no. I can go
No,
in
it's
my
a
cemetery.
little
I can
teeny
go in our
tiny
family cemetery at
cemetery.
any time.
Yeah, it's little. It's like a little, like it's a place. And Chuchi told me the saddest story about a man that would go and sleep on his mother's grave, because he lost her and he's sad. And that
Are you gonna
happened.
bury your kid? Are you gonna be that just crazy where you're just gonna, bury your kid right next door to you? Well,
I
she did
know.
leave. Well, I mean, yeah, you can try to
I know.
theorize and make sense of it, but man, I'm just not, you know,
Well, and
yeah, I agree sandwich. for a stepmom and dad, missing child to not want to help find their missing kid. I mean, I could definitely be because it does send it does send out red flags. It definitely does. And the CPS reports, it does. I mean, Chris is lucky that he is not behind bars. I hope Seth goes after him for everything that he could ever think to have.
Mm.
Seth isn't dumb. This isn't over.
Well,
And
Seth,
Chris,
I'm
if
so glad
he
that
stays,
Seth is staying the course. I mean,
yeah,
because what you said about the psychics, it's just so weird. I was just like weirded out for a minute,
it's
not
so
to just
bad.
go back to that.
It's not
But,
just with Seth, it's all of them.
no, I mean, even Devlin's, grandma, like, well, his sister, because of adoption, but Tamara, she said that she's talked to several mediums that told her that, Devlin was no longer with us anymore. And I can't even imagine, like, now that you're saying that, I can't imagine what she's been told. And I told her just before we got on this live, please keep the hope. And if you think of something, I will dig into it. Um, but please don't lose hope and don't listen to them because they don't know, right? They just don't know. They don't know. They're not God, you know?
Right.
Um, we wouldn't go decades without finding these kids if we knew where they were, right? Or, I mean, nobody has all the information, even though we would want it, because, gosh, the schools is scary, Jen, because it could be anywhere. There's a lot of them. We did deep dive into that before, but I don't think it's something that we should ever take off the table because we don't have any proof that that's not it.
That's right, Peace, Love, Jeeps. He's not going to put no energy into the other stuff until he's found. Point blank, period. You already know.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, the strength
that's a
of
great
Seth
point.
tells me the strength of Sebastian. Yes. He's a mini me. I mean, look at him. He looks
Michelle,
like
yeah.
Seth. I mean, he's got the
Mhm.
intelligence, the intuition. I already know because if he can play chess, he's got the intelligence, the intuition. I see that in his chart all day long. He feels and he knows exactly. He knows. He is not, and he sacrifices for his mother. He will sacrifice for his mom. Or could it be
Well,
the
and
other
she
way
was
around?
telling him
I don't know.
something that day at the Texas Roadhouse. She was telling him something at the table that he didn't like to hear. She did not seem like she was playing around with him, right? She seemed like a mom that was telling her son something. She's laying down the law, so to speak, right?
I
About
mean, she
something.
didn't have a mother. She didn't have a raisin, so I can't really,
Right.
I had a good raisin. She
Right.
didn't. So me and her are not
I
cut
agree.
from the same cloth at all. And I think that she is very easily manipulated, and she's
Yeah.
definitely manipulated by money. I mean, that seems
Oh,
obvious.
she puts on
So,
airs about herself, definitely. Katie is one to put on airs about herself, like she is better than everybody else. And I don't think she was always like that because she did come from humble beginnings, and even more so, she had a terrible time of it. You and I were talking about that too, just about uh, how our mothers would never like our mothers would be like, what the are you doing, but she doesn't have a mother to be like, hey, that's not the way you act as a mom. She doesn't have any frame of reference, which is really sad.
yeah.
And then yet she has this delusions of grandeur, like I'm better than you. And I'm like, no, you need to act better, because our mamas would have smacked the crap out of us for that. Well, I mean, or put us in our place.
Hey, honey, I
um
got switched. I got switched and it would have come off a tree and it would cut my legs open. I mean, you don't just I mean, we walk the line. Now I
right.
mean, we would go up to the barn, we would do things, but we knew how to I mean, we were raised good.
Right.
She on the other hand, um she just I think that the way that I there is a part of me that just thinks, and I could be wrong, that she just, because there's no proof. We have no proof. It's just everything is just hypothetical, right? We're just,
And that's true too, what Orba's saying, she's just selfish, whether the upbringing, or not. And I agree that you can have people that are raised so, nicely with manners and everything, and they just decide to do, the opposite. So, um, she
it
got
is a
snooty from
shame.
the foots, Sam said. Sam said.
Yeah, she did. I mean, I don't know. We're not cut from the same cloth. That's all I know. And I think that
Right.
she took it upon herself to make sure that Sebastian went. Seth was giving her, I think that Seth was giving her a hard time. She didn't want to go live with Seth. I mean, she didn't want him to go live with Seth. She had her reasons for it. She wanted to fix, manage, to control the situation, and she sends him somewhere. I mean, he doesn't have to
Right.
be deceased. He doesn't have to be. I mean, there's other theories out there, and I'm with Seth. I think that she didn't want him to go and live with him and be taught and be home, be online school with who he wanted Sebastian to be online with. And I think that she fixed, managed, controlled it. And he's somewhere and he'll show up again. Is that fantasy, with all the mothers that unalive their kids and then they end up finding them in the landfill? Could it be something like that? Or, she took him, they took him somewhere from the cemetery and they took him somewhere and they buried him. Is that possible? Of course. Anything is
Well, all
possible.
those
Everything is
people
on the
that do
table
that
right now.
dumb.
But the law enforcement, I mean,
Mhm.
me and Steph disagree. You and I disagree. Some of the chat, we will disagree, and it's okay. We can still be cordial. We can still like each other. We can still be friends. We can still just love each other. We can all have a difference of opinion. But if
Exactly.
Seth is
I'm not gonna
believing that his
stifle the
kid is
free speech
alive,
either.
if
I'd be
he's
a
believing
hypocrite.
that his kid is alive and he thinks that Katie, or Chris put him
Yeah.
somewhere, well, he said go to church. Well, he said this. Well, Chris said that. Well,
Oh,
Chris also said that he could be homeless. I mean, there's
Chris
a
is
lot of things that Chris said to Seth that we, the people, don't even know anything about,
right,
or we don't
right.
remember, or we don't remember. It doesn't have to be all doom and gloom, guys. He even said that,
Exactly.
he said when Seth got there, we need to make sure that, he could be homeless. He could be living homeless right now. Okay, so why don't we talk about that too?
There's
It's
a
just,
huge homeless population, isn't there? Especially, like, right there over by where Riley, Strain was, right there on the Strip, or right there on the boardwalk, whatever you guys call it down there, and,
yep, yep. Oh, this will
mm.
be talked about for decades. I mean, we could talk about all kinds of things that Chris and Katie have said, but I mean,
Mm. I don't
you
believe, like I said, I give him a 52%. That's what the computer gave him, so, there you go.
I mean, I'm concerned about the Secret Service. I'm concerned about the judge. I'm concerned about the law enforcement. I'm concerned about all of it. But,
Yeah.
you know, Seth is going to have to work all that stuff out. Chris and Katie, they're all going to have to work all this stuff out. I know exactly. What hasn't Chris said? What has he not said? I mean, he
Yeah.
loves to keep people confused and dumbed down. That's what our government does. I mean, he's good with that. He's got it down pat. He keeps all of us confused and dumbed down and just not knowing what's left and what's right.
Yeah, yeah, and he does. He loves to do that, and he loves to have us eating out of the palm of his hand. We have to remember that about Chris, and that's why I will never talk to Chris, Jen, and I've told you this privately, but I will never talk to him because I do not want him in my brain space. People don't understand when you're dealing with a narcissist, they're very charming, and I do not want him in my brain. Period, point blank. I already see right through him, and I don't want him anywhere near my reasoning. You know,
Exactly. We know from evidence And this isn't just my opinion because the evidence has been shown with this with him having behavioral problems and having to go to school, having to take classes for his behavior and his aggression. Chris is not a saint. He has been made out to be abusive
Mhm.
by Nina.
He is
And I mean, look
definitely.
at his mother. She condones this shit. Cruella, she
Mhm.
condones this from her
Her name
grown
is
ass son, and she is
yeah.
showing up. But don't you have some business to attend to? Why are you at court? Why do you think it's so cute for y'all to be at court? Why are y'all laughing and joking and acting like this is a freaking joke when a whole kid is missing? If this was
I can't
Faith,
believe none of the judges have
ooh,
I mean, I get it's a separate case, but Jen, I would if I was the damn judge, girl, I'd be laying down the law for them and asking them exactly
oh, but
what you
the
just
judge is
said.
fucking recusing himself, sorry for my language. He's recusing
Mm-mm.
himself
Nice work.
because he's scared, he's got a threat. Okay, well, who threatened you, buddy? Who threatened you? You weak ass? Maybe you don't need to be on the bench. Who threatened you? You're a judge.
Oh,
How did they
Jen,
threaten you?
that
Who
mm,
is behind bars right now for threatening the judge? Nobody. Come on. It's a
nobody, and they put a
sideshow. It's a
lady in his
sideshow.
Oh my gosh.
No, girl. You just talk for a few minutes. Let me calm down.
No, you're good. It's because you have, seen the effects of it, and it is absolutely utterly ridiculous. And I'm glad to talk about it because I think that's important. That those are things that people don't realize that are on Sebastian's case. And like you said, I mean, I'm sitting here giggling because I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. Like, and like you said, how is a judge, a man, going to put a woman in his stead because he was threatened? By who? And why aren't they in trouble for it? Right? Why don't we know who this alleged threatening people were? Is it because it was somebody on the Proudfoot side? Because I just kind of feel like if it was someone on Seth's side of the aisle, they would be in trouble, like Betty was having to go back and forth to court. And Betty's little, by the way, guys. If you've never met Betty in person, I have. She's tiny, man. Like I'm I'm all like getting down to hug, because Jen, I'm a hugger, right? But like really? And Mr. Proudfoot up there, she's gonna bring a machete. What a freaking idiot.
I mean, like,
Go ahead, Jen.
really? Like, really? Are you really that scared? It's a sideshow. And I hope I kind of enjoy getting worked up. I'm ready to throw them grits, girl. I'm ready. I mean,
Yeah.
we are local. We're local and I sold real estate in Hendersonville. I sold real estate in Gallatin, all around Middle Tennessee. I get it. I know, I don't I don't know Danny Guy now. I've definitely met him on some occasions because he was, I've told the story with the houses, with the parade of homes, Fairview Plantation. He knows.
Hey, when you're in real
I
estate, you know
never
everybody.
would
You
look
just
at
do.
him. I never would look at him, his wife, anything negative at all. Stand-up guy, great family, just but when it comes to things that are, with the good old boy club, I don't know. I don't have any experience with that, with the good old boy club, but I do know that, when you got money and you have connections, you have power. And so I do know that. And we can see that in our government, in our higher government. We can see that in our lower government. So, the TBI, the FBI, I think that, there's got to be more that's got to be done to bring Sebastian home and lead to an arrest. Lead to an arrest. Somebody is guilty. There was no evidence that he left the home per law enforcement. There's no evidence of him on any cameras other than taking out the trash. Okay, if that's the case, that means that there is foul play. That's right. They said 2 weeks later in our local news, they came out and they said that this is now a criminal investigation. If it's a criminal investigation, where's the arrest? I'm ready for the arrest. I'm ready to know what happened, where he's at, what's going on. We need some communication. And so I do encourage everybody, anybody and everybody that can come to support Sebastian during this period of time in February to come. Even if we are just walking around with messages in the community, in the city of Hendersonville, in the
Yes.
city where he lives, in the city of Gallatin, walking
Yes.
around different places in the cities and having messages for Sebastian. Your father is looking for you, Sebastian. Where are you?
Yep. You are
Signs like
loved.
that. Even
You
if
are
you don't wanna
wanted.
go against the law enforcement, if you're all
Mm.
blue and you don't wanna go against the law enforcement, that's cool. Let's find common ground.
Yeah, because I agree, Jen. I think it's a lot to do every single day over there. I mean, what is, I mean, I feel stupid because
Yes,
I've
but
never
show us
asked
the
you
trash
your
video.
thoughts on that.
Show
You were
us the
there.
trash video. We wanna see the trash video. Where is the trash video? We want to see that. At least give us that. Can you give us anything? We the people that care about Sebastian? Can you
Right.
give us something? Just give us a crumb. Give us something. Get
Just
the
a little
data, girl. Damn,
crumbs.
don't give us anything. Give him something.
Right.
Shit.
Right. What was the vibe at the police station the day that you guys were there? What was it like?
What was the like one? What?
Like when you guys were out there with Seth the first time, was it
It didn't feel
like
hostile or anything, you know. People
good?
were, were honking for Sebastian. We were asking, there were signs for honk for Sebastian, and we had Seth had, his signs up. We had our signs up, and I mean, the law enforcement just don't. When they come out, they don't even look at us. They don't talk to us. They hold their head down. Nothing,
Huh.
nothing, nothing. But I mean, I can understand at the same time if you're coming against the law enforcement.
Mhm.
Do they really wanna give you any time? Do they really want but wouldn't they wanna come out and say, "Hey, I don't understand where you're coming from, Seth." What if Eric Craddock did that? What if he actually had some balls and came out there and was like, "Hey, Seth,
Mm. Mhm.
can I say that on here? Have some balls, Eric Craddock?"
Yeah, because I said that Katie has her
Okay,
balls in Chris's purse, so
okay, well
yeah,
then, okay. So if he would just come out and say, "Yeah, shame on all of them," or retraction, "Shame on all of them." If he would just come out and say, "Hey, Seth, I'm so sorry for your heartache. We are doing this, we are doing that. Why don't you come in my office? Let's have a little chat."
yes, or go shake the
No,
man's
he's
hand
too
and say,
egocentric.
"Understand."
Egocentric. His ego won't allow that.
Big ego. Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to choke on that gum,
Big ego, little package.
in
No, I'm
my
just kidding.
opinion.
It's the way my brain works. Big ego, little package. Um, but that's just yeah. And what I think because I saw the comment that Cece had made about the footage from the bowl, or excuse me, Brenda made about the footage from the bowling alley. I think the reason why that would be important to me is because Katie said that they went bowling, and she said that to the dispatch or whoever she was in contact with that day, that morning, because we can hear it over the scanner. That they were at the Strike and Spare yesterday, and they went bowling, but then we found out that they didn't go bowling because it was too crowded and they had leagues and blah 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 blah. So did they go someplace in between of that time, or did something happen from that time until the Texas Roadhouse? Because we know what time they got there. So I think
I
that's
mean,
why that would be important to me.
as far as I
But
know, they had grainy video. They had grainy video at because I was asking Seth, like, why would he have be sharing pain all day with people?
mm,
And he said, well, it's because he eventually said, it's because I think it could be Jen because he didn't get to go bowling. He was so excited to go bowling, he didn't get to go bowling. So not
I
only did he not
mhm,
get to go bowling, and he was very excited to go bowling, but the video footage there is very grainy. That's what I heard. I don't know, but that's what I heard is that there was not. And if I, as a mapper, using the tool of astrology to geometric, this is what NASA uses. So damn, why can't I? Why can't I understand it? And I can. And what I'm seeing is that the behavior would be that I don't know that she didn't meet. I don't know that somebody wasn't there. Maybe it was just, that his behavior went south because he was expecting something. It didn't happen.
right.
But I mean, it could be. I don't know.
I
I
mean,
don't
I
know.
just
There's
wondered,
so
did they
many.
go in? Because she said then she changed her story and she goes, well, then we just played games, at the Strike and Spare instead, because they have a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
think
stuff
that
to
they
do at
played
the
games
Strike
for
and
just a
Spare.
little bit, and they went to dinner.
Right. So they end up playing games a little bit and then went to dinner. So maybe something happened where like you said, his demeanor changed and maybe he wasn't being a good sport or something, like
Well, I mean, the law
just
enforcement. I think that the law enforcement wondered if something, if something transpired there, maybe
mhm.
with somebody that was there, not just him and Katie, but somebody else. Could be somebody else was there too. We don't know.
Right. Like they
We don't
met
know what
somebody.
the law enforcement knows. I mean, we come down hard on them, but at the same time, look, if you got a private investigator, if you have the law enforcement working for you to help you find your kid, the less you know and the less the public knows, it's the better.
Right.
But at the same time, I mean, at least communicate with Seth, at least communicate with the public. I think that's pertinent. It's pertinent.
Yeah, I
Communication
think so
is
too.
key to a good relationship, and if you're not communicating, you're not having a good relationship with anybody, right?
Right.
So the law enforcement, if they're not communicating with their public, the people that vote them in, well, they're not gonna have a good relationship. So the more that they communicate, the better off that they are, and they haven't gotten that, memo yet.
Right. Yeah, I could see that. I could see um even to give you guys a wave or a nod or like a smile or something, like, or just a reassurance, I think, but I did notice that too, now that you're saying that the officers were kind of walking away, wouldn't acknowledge and I do see it from both sides of the coin. I do, because I'm an outsider looking in, but I also think that they could have handled themselves better, um, as well, I mean, I just couldn't. I don't know, I'm just not that stoic, and I get in my feels, and so, but I would at least let Seth know that I, um, understand his side of things as well. And I think that's where we could find common ground if it wasn't an ego issue, like you're saying, or if it wasn't them admitting guilt, if they showed support. So
We don't know either, like, I know that Kathy has or from what I've gathered, in my opinion, what I've
mhm.
gathered is she has, she's a realtor and she also has a, financing company. I know that her brother, her nephew, there's some people in her family that have, construction, they're in the construction, they build homes. And so, is that is that tied into the government? Is that tied into the money, to the power? I don't know. Is this where we're coming up with this good old boy club that, there could be people in law enforcement that would be a part of that. I don't know. But I do speculate and I do wonder why it is that it's almost 2 years and there's no movement on Sebastian's case. If there's no movement on his case, why? I mean, they've collected all kinds of metadata. They've collected all kinds of information from their or you would think that they have from their devices. Where is the
Right.
evidence? What do they need? Where are they working from? And I think that is this angle, if they were to tell any of the parents, it could tip off and then it get out and then it could hinder the investigation. I can see why they would keep, we saw Seth's investigators in the very beginning. This is why he let them go because they were on YouTube channel after YouTube channel. They were talking. When you have investigators that are talking to anyone, even if you tell that one person, and sometimes I think that that's the reason why the jurisdictions like TBI, FBI, Secret Service, maybe even US Marshals, maybe they won't have good communication because they don't want to tip anybody off. If there's a mole anywhere, they don't want that to get out. And so they will start hoarding information and they won't share it.
Mhm.
That's been another problem in investigations that I've heard about with, law enforcement when talking to law enforcement about these missing cases, is that the jurisdictions and the communication is a big problem in solving the crimes because they're not sharing information like they should, like they would hope. So that could be another problem when it comes to Sebastian's case is the information sharing is just not there because everybody is hoarding their information. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying, and I think that's very true. The way that they're doing things is, holding everything to the vest. But like you said, at this point, I think after 2 years, just knowing the public knowing that little bit could really help us just identify that Sebastian was or wasn't home. But I don't everyone that I've talked to or heard from on the subject of the trash being taken out, no one can confirm that. Not even Seth, and he's seen the video. So, um, yeah, if they at least could give us maybe that, and I would like them to clear Seth. And I know that that is a big ask. I know that that's something that probably won't happen, but I just want them to clear his name because I don't think it's fair that he was an active officer at the corrections facility at that time. And on that night, on the night of Sebastian's disappearance, I don't see why they're continuing on and on with this bullshit because that could shut down so much bullshit if they were to just come out and say Seth had nothing to do with his son's disappearance.
I agree. And I agree with Blessed in Florida Sheriff. Grady Judd he is phenomenal. Grady Judd
Mm,
is phenomenal and he does
I love him.
communicate with his constituents. And that's the reason why he is such a good, I mean, he he's a trip. Grady Judd is funny. I mean, I follow Grady Judd. I think that Eric Craddock would do good to use his voice and communicate with his community when it comes to Sebastian. I mean, anytime that the sheriff's office puts anything out on their Facebook, everybody's asking about Sebastian. Okay,
Yes.
y'all can solve some crimes, but where's Sebastian?
To the point where I almost feel bad for them. It's so good to hear people still, caring so much about Sebastian, but then I'm like, "Oh my god, they have to hate that." Like, it really has to disrupt their time. So what's the point of, that's where I come I guess I kind of get confused because I'm like, if they're getting so much flack for the proud fee, but there's a lot of information and circumstantial evidence, I do believe they have that. Why are they again just leaving? I mean, they can't be enjoying it. I guess is what I'm trying to say. It can't be good for them. So what's the deal?
Right. I mean, when I first met Seth, he was not, I mean, on day one, like he was so open, like, here's his birth time, here's my birth time. What do you think? Where do you think he's at? Do you think he's dead? Do you think he's alive? I mean, what do you think? Seth is definitely not responsible. He has no idea. He should be cleared. And I think that the reason why he hasn't been cleared yet is because, and he think I can't even say what he thinks. I would say that he thinks because he hasn't been cleared that there's some messed up, corrupt shit going on. If y'all can't see that he is,
Yeah.
because he could get so many more. He could get more resources. You know, with with the case, and he's gotten the short end of the stick. I don't care what nobody says. I think he does. I think he has the short end of the stick. I think he needs some help. He needs help from people that are not going to take advantage of him, people that he can trust, if that's even possible in this stage of the game, that
Right.
will work for him to help him not only find Sebastian, but get justice from all this other bullshit. I think
I
that
know.
that is,
It's
I really hope and pray that for Seth, because this is when you wake up every day and you're just trying to make it and you're trying to live, all the expectations upon Seth, they wouldn't have that same expectation if it was them. If their kid was missing, if they didn't know if he was cold, hungry, safe, why hasn't he called me? If he's alive, why hasn't he called me? I can't even imagine the sleep that he loses. Uh, he goes back to work not even a week later after, he goes back to work and he gets assaulted, he gets a concussion, he's going back and forth doing MRIs, taking migraine medicine, throwing up here. I mean, he's gone through it. I mean,
yeah.
can't go somewhere because he's done ran the wheels off of his truck. His truck isn't running anymore. He's got to put a new transmission. It's just one thing after another. And if it was any of us, we would break. We would completely break.
Oh my gosh,
But
I say it all the time. I don't know how he shows the level of restraint and then also just doing it every day and life throwing things at you and then you have that where you're like you said, I don't know where my child is. I don't know if they're okay. There's people talking about him being dead on the internet like and or people like you said when we were talking about earlier the psychic people that reach out and say horrible things. I mean, you don't even have to accept a phone call. Somebody could send you an email and just can completely ruin your day.
just,
So
I mean, shoot you to the gates of hell. I mean,
yeah.
you're sending a parent to the gates of hell. And the things that he has heard that other parents, it's not, like I said, it's not just Seth. These other
No,
parents,
how can I know
the same thing has
exactly.
happened to them. Where is the responsibility and accountability? We have got to be better as humans. And spouting off shit like that. You got all this knowledge about what happened to Sebastian. Well, then give me that address so I can go and get him, since you know so much. So we can lay him to rest since you know so much.
Yeah, but I guess he didn't go. I think Sammy's saying here, remember he walked out with the shoes and maybe he was returning them or something at the bowling alley and the cops or on the dispatch. Does anyone remember that? I don't think that he would have traded shoes in if he wasn't like, because I think when they went up to the counter, they were probably told that they couldn't bowl that day because of the leagues or, it being so busy. Um, Jen, I don't know if you.
I don't know anything about that. He walked out with the shoes. Maybe he was returning them or something about bowling shoes and the cops are dispatched. Anyone remember? I don't. But if you can find
Mm.
anything like that, please send it to our emails.
Yeah, for real. Because I mean,
Yeah,
that would be
please.
great to have that.
Yeah, that would be great. I don't remember anything about that. And if
Mm-mm.
you do, and
No, no.
if you find it, please send it to us. I would love to hear about that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I've
mean,
never heard
for
anything
Seth
like.
to have to even deal, look, when he says, let me just, when Chris
But that would
said,
make sense. I could see that.
yeah, when Chris said, Seth would never open his mouth again. Hey, dude, Hey, Chris, you're lucky you're talking right now. I mean, you're lucky because from parent to parent, if I were to ever think that somebody did something to one of my kids, your mouth wouldn't open
Yeah,
ever.
no kidding. Or saying
I don't look at an orange, but I will rock it for my babies.
oh,
I will rock it
definitely.
100.
Yeah.
I
I
would
would be
tilt the
arrested
world
that day
and would
when he
you
said
want it?
that. Yeah. They would have said, "Ma'am, we're gonna have to take you in now because," and I'd say, "Yep, I know why. Yes,
And
let's
he
go."
doesn't
You know?
have
I mean, you know you
he's
did
all
wrong, but
talk. He's all talk. He's all talk. That's all he is. He's talk.
yeah.
Oh,
Horrible. And, and some of the things like you said, they should be feeling real friggin' lucky at this point, and still they're on Queen Bee doing all their dirt. I still have that. I haven't, did anything with that because, they just don't talk about Sebastian, Jen, and it's really sad. And I feel like it's almost a waste of time to play their crap, making fun of other creators who are actually trying to, either talk about the case or, you know, do the ground penetrating stuff. That's great. Like all of that stuff, I mean, check it off the list. But if it was me, I would be like, well, at least they're doing something. And Katie's saying that people need to be more productive and, whatnot. Well, I think that it is productive if people are willing to check a spot where they think that Sebastian might be. I mean, that is productive, right? What she's doing, sitting her butt on a panel for 7 hours, almost 7 hours, is nothing, is not proactive. It's not reactive. It's sitting on her big butt, in my opinion.
yeah.
Oh, so, and I don't know why Craddock is hiding and not updating. I think that's a big one too. Hello,
Craddock's gonna
guilty
have
of
to
a
get
crime.
Craddock needs some he needs a little bit of chest about him. I mean, he really does. He needs to get a chest and
Yeah,
speak up. I mean, I mean, he does.
yeah. And I just wonder what he's thinking again. I mean, if I was to put out, recruiting for officers or dispatch or anything and to get the level of, community concern. And I know that it's not maybe directly people in the community, but I think a lot of people want Sebastian to come home. Like whether you believe that he walked away, that whatever theory you might have, I think we all want him to come home. And then it's very odd to see Katie up there just. I don't even know if she's living her best life. I feel stupid saying that because I don't think she's living her best life.
I
I
don't
think
think
they have
she's
a lot of
living
pressure.
I don't think she's living her best life at all.
No. Mm-mm. Thank you, Jen.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that a lot of things that Chris has said has been taken out of proportion, and I think that some of the things that Chris has said it's just a sideshow, guys. It's just a sideshow. It's
God, and
just
I
a
just want
sideshow.
them to come out and publicly say it. I want, like if I could get them to say anything, it would be, the trash, the bowling alley, and clear Seth already. But if I was to put
Yeah,
them
that
all
was a
in,
statement. If
you
if
know,
what if this goes south? What if this goes south? What if it goes
yeah,
south? What do you mean, what if this goes south?
I
Well,
would
I
have
mean,
rocked him a good
what if
one,
he
like you said,
shut down?
Jen. I
I
would have
mean,
rocked him a good one for that.
and he
It would
said
have been
he had
reaction. Boom.
yeah, I mean,
Yep.
and
And
if
then I'd be
if
in
you
jail.
tell what he told us, you will never open your mouth. Baby, you ain't
That
never gonna open your
too.
mouth. There's a lot of
Whoa.
things that Chris has done. He is oh,
Mm-hmm.
oh, I know
Yeah.
that's what you were saying, Liberty. I got you, babe. I got you. It people just don't it's hard to text, it's hard to type out stuff. It's always communication is a lot different when you're just typing and texting, like people are just misconstruing, misunderstanding communication. Get off your big butts. You know who you are. Thank you.
I love that. Blessed in Florida. Hashtag Huckleberry. I mean, and then that's the thing, that's why they've gained so much because they're not doing anything. I mean, and I'm not here to, shame anybody about their weight. Hell no. But I'm just saying, like, oh my gosh, like you guys do need to, stop, chilling out and, you know, do something to find Sebastian or tell us something. Katie could have said, "You guys are all idiots. I think this is what happened to my son. Why don't you go help me look for him?" And I would have said, "Thank you, Katie." I'd have praised her all day.
We should have a poll. We should have a poll.
Oh, I could do a poll.
Who is going to have a missing kid and be up on Queen Bee's live talking shit?
Anyone?
Is there anybody in the house?
Bueller,
Is there anyone that is going to be up on or Clue?
raise your hand.
I mean, I'm sorry, y'all. Queen Bee, Clue. I mean, y'all are creators. Y'all are doing your thing.
Yeah.
Whatever. Everybody's got to make a living doing something. We all have gifts. Some of it's, we all have gifts that we're just, bestowing upon humanity.
Jen, have you ever heard like a Katie's friend come out and like stick up for her, or Chris's like good buddy from back in the day in his Navy?
No, not one.
Not even one person.
Who's going to be up on their panel? This Chris, dude.
All the experts have weighed in too, and they just don't believe
Ain't
Chris
Katie
and
going to
Katie.
be on there and talk about being productive? Are you going to be
Yeah.
productive, Katie? Are you being productive? Are you productive on this chick's channel? I mean, what is going? Are we all in the Twilight Zone, or what's going on?
I can't believe she has the nerve to say it when there's people that were actually paying to get the ground penetrating radar, going to the site, doing all of that. They were doing it. They weren't just sitting behind their keyboards. So that's where I'm like, I can't believe that she could ever say something so absurd. And she lives around the corner from there, and she didn't even show up.
Yeah, Seth did clarify what he said on my live. And, he did. And we
What did
can't,
he clarify?
Liberty. I don't even waste your energy on that anymore. Just don't. We know. We know.
What do you think
Don't even
about guilty of a crimes comment here? Thanks, y'all. The crama drives me nuts. It's mixed with true crime. What do you think of that, Jen? Because it drives me nuts too.
I mean, I don't watch it. I'm too busy doing my own thing. I'm too busy creating videos or going live talking about my astrology. I just don't have time to listen to chatter.
It so
But
disrupts me. Ugh,
I do
it
think that the
disrupts
chatter
me.
is important because what I'm seeing, with what I do is definitely it's playing into what I'm seeing, but it's not all of what I'm seeing. So I have to keep that in mind. And the true crime it's just not, it doesn't bring in views. It doesn't bring in clicks, shares, likes, doing a live like this tonight. If we were to be talking about a new case or somebody else, people aren't really, the true crime community has changed. That is for sure. And it's definitely different here on YouTube than it is on TikTok. It really
That's
is.
interesting.
Yeah.
Well, because I feel like it is a major distraction, and I think there's so much like, drama already in these cases in the terms of being sad. Like it's such a sad situation. We have a young man in Sebastian's case, in particular. It's like, okay, we have this young man who is on the spectrum. He has a rare chromosome deletion, but he's also, just a really happy kid, really sweet. And, you would think that if he had, any type of, nice upbringing, then he would have been involved in, the community and, doing chess, like the things that he likes, with the animals and things like that. But it's stifled. And then we have 5 CPS reports, right? That have been in play. He was going to see a counselor, so already that there was issues. It's a very sad situation. Also, when I look back, and I have been looking back, um, Chris and Katie had, or excuse me, Seth and Katie had a marriage and a life prior to all of this crap with Chris, and then he comes into the picture. So I think about that for Sebastian and how that changed what was going on in his life tremendously. And for someone on the spectrum, or any one of us, that is going to be a difficult time. But the children who are on the spectrum, or people who are on the spectrum, have a lot of issues with changes, and so it would be an extra added stress for poor Sebastian. And I
Yeah,
just,
yeah,
and then, what happened to him before in California. Then you think about, he moves to a totally different place in California, right? Completely different. He's in Tennessee. They mentioned in the dispatch that, I'm assuming it was either Chris or Katie, said that when Sebastian would get in trouble, he would go to White House. So, but then they turn around on the Holly Thompson interview and say, you're not in trouble. We weren't even fighting, so it doesn't make sense why he would walk out the door. Those things always get to me, because it's like, they can't be being honest if they're telling the dispatch at the moment of his disappearance that, if he's in trouble, he goes to this place, and then turn around and say he wasn't in trouble.
right, right. Yeah, guilty of crime. I wish I could ignore the drama crama, but it's now mixed in with true crime community. You all work so hard to get. You're right. You're right, and I
Amen.
that is one of the things that um is disheartening with humanity right now, especially on YouTube. Now, like I said, there's different platforms that are just so different. If I take my platform to TikTok, it's going to be so different.
Yeah.
It's so different there than it is here. And you got to look at the people that are in their chat. They are part of the problem too. They live for it. They work every day and they're in their chats, they're throwing them money, they're just loving the drama. They are so miserable with their own life. And it
Mm.
shows you, what it's actually showing us, really,
Yes.
truly, is how many people that are grown, mature, logical,
Mhm.
that have their shit together for the most part, if that's even a thing.
Right.
It's a different type of vibe. It's a different type of chat, really. And it's sad when we look at the grand scheme of humanity here. Like, why would you waste your time in a chat or listening to stuff that is just taking you down through there? Are you so miserable? Are you so unhappy that you need this? What is wrong?
Oh my gosh,
And
Jen, we could get up here and get all screwed up and, talk shit, and, I don't know, maybe we we'd make more money. But, that's what people are doing now, like the good
I mean, I'm
channels, you know
I'm
what
good
they
at talking
do?
shit too. I will talk shit about about all kinds of people,
Right, but
but
like a
at the
stop
same time,
productive
I gotta bring
designing
it back.
strategy.
I gotta bring it
Yeah.
back to, adulthood and not be so damn juvenile and look at myself in the mirror and go, okay, why do I think, I think deeply. I go deep.
Me too.
I wanna
Yeah.
think deeply about things and work it all out. I wanna play the tape through. And what's the end game here? What's the end game for bash for cash? Yeah.
Bash for
What's the
cash.
end
Oh,
game?
who said the happy holidays? She said bash for cash. But see that, what the good channels are doing, Jen, is that they're creating a second channel, But see, I can't put my energy towards anything fully if I'm doing dirt over here and then I'm doing good over here. I can't do that. I can't reconcile that in my own brain. Like you said, I think deeply. And to me, I would rather take that time out to text, Tammy and see how she's doing. And hey, have you heard anything new with Devlin? Like, I would rather do that than start a new channel, even though it would be fun as hell, because I know we could probably talk so much shit and have just a blast. Um, Smash
Well,
the
Holly said, "I tell myself sociopaths need a place to go." Exactly, they need a
That's
place
too,
to go
yep. Mhm.
to.
Oh, those little guys need a place too, don't they, Holly? We gotta pat their little heads, sit them at
Everybody
the
needs a
baby
place.
table. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
and that's
That's
sweet.
funny.
That's sweet of you, Holly. If we want to laugh, if we want to cut up, we want to hear some just cutting stuff. I mean, we could go on the different channels. We could, and I mean, we there's a lot of channels that we could go on to just get a laugh, get some drama, get some back and forth. We could spend our days like that, but why? And there's so much more things that we could do that is productive, Katie Proudfoot. There's so
Right, and if
much
I
more
wanna
that
go
you
watch
could do,
trash, I'll just
honey.
go watch Gypsy
Don't
Rose,
even
you know?
see, that's real. I can't let it go. I'm not gonna be able to let that go. I can't hear the mother of Sebastian Rogers saying to be more productive and how we should
Mhm.
be more productive and how we can be more productive with our time. And you got me all kinds of messed up, Katie. You
I
got me
know. I
all
mean, I
kind of
can't
messed
get it
up,
off.
girl.
I know. That's why I keep playing it because I'm like, have you guys heard this? You gotta want to get a load of this. And yeah, I remember Julio, Sammy. That was that guy Julio that came in. Chris was always. I worked with him. He was always good to my kids. How many kids do you see on a construction site? Like that was weird. I was like, that's a bunch of bull crap if I've ever heard it. So,
The
hello,
thing
animal.
about the construction is that, okay, we can theorize, okay, Sebastian didn't sleep good. Could he have went out at night? Could he have not, had shoes that his mother didn't know about? I don't think so. But let's, hypothetically say that she had no idea. He did go outside. He ran to wanted to be on the equipment. He couldn't sleep. He just couldn't take it anymore. And he wanted to be on that equipment. He accidentally, he had an accident. I've got hotspots. I've got hotspots for that.
I
I've got
know.
hotspots for anything and everything that we could think of, theorize. I do have hotspots, and the maps that I create, they can only work when we work them. And if nobody's working them, if everybody is looking for the spotlight and, hypotheticals or what, I've got hotspots. That's all I know.
You got the spots to go check
I
and look
mean,
into.
yeah, if there's
Yeah,
gonna be a place that Sebastian could be found in any of the creeks, or I've got the hot spots for it. The
yeah.
place that the
You
place
can hear
that,
'em.
the place that Mob Crew has, okay, let's talk about this for a second. The place that Mob Crew has that goes over before you actually get to the new construction, and it
Mhm.
goes north over, like, some houses, and then it goes in the back. There's, like, this little cone that would go back before you actually get to the new construction site. All of that was searched probably 3 or 4 times by law enforcement.
Right away too, like, they were over in that
Yeah,
area,
they
like
were all over it, but
yeah.
that weren't what they weren't over, I don't think, is the creeks that go all the way down. And so, okay, like you and I were talking about Lady Freedom the other night,
Mhm,
it flooded. It rained heavily, got cold after Sebastian went missing, maybe 3 or 4 days after, and then
mhm.
it flooded. It flooded twice out there. It flooded twice at my house. It flooded twice at Drake's Creek. And Drake's Creek is where all that storm water would go to from that new construction. Okay. Any of that new
Just
construction
flow
is going to go
downward.
down. Yeah, it's going to go down. I've showed it time and time again on my channel till I'm just blue in the face. And I've got hot spots The I'm pretty sure you played recently the audio, the dispatch, and they
Mhm.
say that they followed the creek to New Shackle Island. Okay, so
Okay.
there is 7 miles, about 6 to 7 miles. They go all the way down from that creek and the Outer Banks, because if it floods, if you've ever been in a flood, then you know that the water comes outside the bank and it may go 10 feet on both sides. So you would need a whole
Okay.
crew. I'm talking about a big whole crew to walk all of that pathway all the way down in the creek and outside the banks for about 7 miles. 7 miles all the way down to the Cumberland. That's what's needed. If people truly want to search for a deceased Sebastian, that's where you're going to clear it. That's where you're going to go. But I've got hot spots from that area. So it's not going to be like a whole 7 miles. We could go from hot spot to hot spot and look in that section of area. It would be very good, productive. If we want to be productive,
Right.
Katie, that's what we want to do. If you truly believe that he could have had an accident, that he ran off, that he ran away, or what have you, that's where we want to go. Otherwise, guys, we're looking at a criminal investigation where they are criminal. There are some criminals that have taken Sebastian outside the area.
Right. And I think that silver car, there's more to the silver car, right? And especially when it correlates with, the flashlight video that was put out. But again, I just can't fully work that theory. It's a completely separate theory, right? Because I mean, like you said, when you made a separate map that, indicated that Sebastian didn't go home at all, like from the Texas Roadhouse. Um, you know, I'm also stuck there too. So, I'd be lying if I think, oh, I just have one theory and that's it, because I don't. I have several theories, several things that might work out, but then after a certain point, where did they take Sebastian? Right? If somebody took him, and then I have to look at the facts that are put out by the FBI and their reward, and it says kidnap right in the link, and Sebastian is on the website, um, not as a runaway. So it's, to me, I have to look at that as well. That maybe, and even if it was a handoff and someone else took him somewhere, that's still kidnapping.
That's right.
But the
I think the law
shoes
enforcement,
is,
I think the law enforcement, I think that they, I'm hopeful that they have something and not just nothing like they're telling us. There's a reason why it's criminal. They've switched it to criminal. I mean, Justin Clutch Them Pearls, he got a email saying that it was criminal.
oh,
The local, shit, I can't even think. I just hugged Jeff and he smells so good and he's going to bed and he just smells so good. He's got me
aw.
all messed up.
Good night,
Um,
Jeff.
yeah, good night, Jeff. He's such a sweetheart. He's making sure that we're good. I was like, I hope you don't work tomorrow. I mean, I know that we need the money, but I hope you don't work tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it's getting cold, and I know you just rather just not be out on the
Center is
road.
funny. Center is funny. I don't have
I
time.
love
I
Sinner.
really don't. I don't have time to listen to a bunch of channels. I mean, if I'm going to
I don't
listen to
either.
channels, I do try to be productive with my time. I do. And I think that
Yeah.
that's one of the things that really pisses me off about what Katie was saying is being productive, and I don't see her being productive, and that pisses me off. I see a
Well, and
lot of people being
I
productive,
know.
but I don't see her being productive, and I want to see her. I want to hear about it. I want to see her acting like she has a missing kid. I want to see her crying. I want to see her wailing. I want to see her begging me to help find her kid. I want to see all of that.
Oh, I know. I know. Well, and that's the thing. I never would have known about Mob Cruise stuff if people didn't, send it to me. So I love that people will send me things that they think are important. And then that way I could go look at it because you're right. It's hard to catch everybody, but I do like to be in centers,
Yeah.
if I watch the replay or.
It's funny. I mean,
It's funny.
when he's live, sometimes I'll jump in there. I'll take a break and laugh for a minute and then go back to doing what I'm doing. But it's just there's so much that we could be doing, that's productive with our time. I do agree with Katie. I just would like to see that with her. I'd like to see that with Chris. I'd like to see that with his family. I think that they all suck. I don't like it. I'm not vibing with it. And I have that right to have my opinion with that. They suck. They suck at being
Absolutely.
active with looking for Sebastian, with caring about where Sebastian's at. All that, sideshow with their little posse that's just nothing but trash. They
Oh
just
my
they
gosh.
talk like trash. They look like trash. They're trash. Maybe I
Well,
mean
and
maybe we include maybe
I agree.
maybe at a playing cards or something we could drive, we could get down, we could laugh, we could joke or whatever. But I mean, I have a problem with I would have a major problem with my man be sitting here all the time talking shit to y'all and cussing every breath and just I don't know, just
Well, and they're the ones that brought the drama crama community into Sebastian's case, in my opinion, because that's where they went instead of going to a reputable channel like, Seth did when he went to Josh's. I mean, Josh has experts on his panel that work with him, on these cases like Chris McDonough and Dr. Gary Bercato, for the experts to be where Seth wants to be, that speaks volumes for how Chris and Katie view Sebastian, and he deserves so much better than that trash, like you said. I mean, and I'm not trying to say because I would call my channel trashy if I did what they're doing. I would be like, yeah, this is just trash channel. Um, so oh shoot, I think we lost Jen. But you know, it's just to me, I think that I would choose to go to an expert channel or panel. Same thing with Peter Hyatt. Seth was in Peter Hyatt's live streams when he was talking about Sebastian. Also, it's a criming shame. She's a Canadian creator. Seth was over there. She noticed that Katie took off the magnet for her car with Sebastian's missing information on it. Oh, there's Jen. So that's what they were doing. It's a stark difference that can't be denied.
I dropped off somehow. I guess StreamYard was like, bye. You talk too much shit. Goodbye.
That's funny. No, and I mean, I think it's, Holly says we're on target though. I mean, I think we're on target, Jen. I mean, I don't think if anybody that wasn't already talking to Chris and Katie, because that does seem to be something where people will turn over. Um, and I think it has a lot to do with their narcissism. You know,
I mean, you are who you hang out with. My mama used to tell me that all the time, and I was like, "What do you mean by that?" Well, you are who you hang out with, Jen. I mean, your tribe, that's a reflection of you. And
yeah,
so I look at Chris
yes.
and Katie and I'm thinking, and we can say the same about Seth. I mean, maybe people have made mistakes, but can you try to rectify those mistakes? Can you just but Chris and Katie keep making the same old mistakes. And so
Yeah.
I don't see where they're growing. I can see where, you could have some traumatic experiences and you don't really know which road to take and you're trying to find your way and you're making mistakes along the way. I can forgive that. I can understand that. But when you're constantly doing the same thing over and over and you're constantly making the same mistake over and over, you're insane. Something's wrong. There's something wrong there, you know?
Yeah. I agree.
Instead of
It's
yeah.
and I think your insight, it bringing it in, to your insight, Jen, on the subject, I think that um any parent who has lost a child can relate and can see that, like see right through it. Um
Yeah. I just wanna say too that, people are asking for Center's link and your mods are dropping the link. And I just wanna say, Lady Freedom, that that's one thing that makes your channel different from other channels is that you are open to your chat having other creators' links. Because a lot of
yeah.
people don't want, a lot of creators are so egotistical, they don't want other links dropped in their chat for other creators. And I think that's wonderful about your channel.
Aw, thank you, Jen. No, I think it's cool because, and I think a lot of it has to do with the real estate days of, lifting people up. And, I got training at Keller Williams, and that was always one thing that they loved for us to, network with each other. Um, and I like Center. And, and anytime I talk about another creator, it's usually because I like them. If I review their content, it's usually because I like them, unless I have to review, where
I
Chris and Katie go. So,
personally I don't like that Center takes up for Brittany. It's not that I don't like him because
oh,
let me just say it differently. I don't like that he takes up for Brittany. That's not why I would watch him. It's just because his jokes and the way he talks, it's just funny. That it can be a good balance when I'm deep
aw,
or I can go on to him, I can go on to his live and it's just funny. It's just funny. It's like comedy. If I wanted to listen to a comedian, he's just funny.
yeah. He's got a chill vibe in there too. I feel like I'm walking into a bar, a smoky
Yeah.
bar, and I'm like, "Hey, this is like, back in the day when people just shoot the shit and talk."
Yeah.
And Guilty of a
I
Crime
definitely
has
have
an
a
awesome channel. Like, I
yeah.
mean, really, I
Yeah.
love watching what other people are saying about Sebastian's case too, because I never know where I'll get inspiration for things, but also just listening to how someone else, does their thing. I think it's really helpful, even on both sides of the aisle, because we wouldn't know how bad, Clue and them was unless we listened to them. You have to hear it
Well,
for
and
yourself.
I can find common ground with Clue. I can find
Oh,
common ground
good.
with any of them. I can find common ground with anybody. I'm versatile that way. I'm
Yeah,
very
me too.
mutable. I'm very mutable. I can find common ground with anybody and I can get along with anybody. I just don't think that some of us are working with a full tank of gas. And when
Right.
it comes to the logic and when it comes to, and sometimes you got to keep your enemies closer. And maybe that's the strategy for some of them. I just don't know. I just don't know. But what I do know is that for Katie to say anything about being productive with time, I think she's got herself and me all kind of messed up.
Yeah.
I can't let it go. I won't let
Yeah,
it go.
that
I'm
was
going
a
to keep
big
talking
bomb,
about it.
wasn't it? Like, she just dropped that on us like that, like, "Oh, you should be more productive with your time," or whatever. I'm like, "Oh, hell no."
Yeah, girl, you don't. You're a mother of a missing kid, and you want to talk about being productive with your time.
Right.
Yeah, I think that
Oh, thank
you
you.
need some deliverance. Thanks to the
Yes.
seniors.
She needs to look in the mirror, doesn't she,
She
Jen? She
needs some
needs to really, like,
deliverance,
take a
girl.
hard
Some
look.
deliverance. Some deliverance.
Jeez. I couldn't
from the
believe it
spirit
when
of
she said it.
God.
I would have fallen out of my chair if my chair wasn't so, stationary, you know?
Yeah, not everybody's elevator goes to the top floor, Sammy. That's exactly right.
Oh,
Not everybody's.
Sammy. That's so funny. Oh my god, girl. Yeah. That's it, isn't it? That's
And
it.
sometimes my
Um,
elevator ain't going, sometimes my elevator ain't going. I need a little boost. I need a
I
boost. I need
know.
somebody to tell me like it is, and we got to love people to life. And I'm telling Katie right now, do what's best for your son. Get the ego out.
Yeah.
Get the ego out. Do what's best for him. And maybe she's thinking that that's what she's doing. Mothers have a some of us have a strange way of doing what we think is best for our kid, trying to fix, manage, control. I know that Chris has said some demeaning things to Sebastian. And let me just say this, calling him out of his name, calling him something that he could be or that he is not, talking to him in a demeaning way, talking to any child in a demeaning way is abuse. And
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
the way that he has talked to creators, the way that he has talked to women, it shows me everything that I need to know about Chris Proudfoot.
Yeah.
And I think
Oh,
that
definitely.
Katie can hold her own. I don't think that Chris is abusive to her. I think she could hold her own. I don't think that she's going to allow, but I think that some of the things that she may allow has to do with the comfort of her security and her material security
Mhm.
with
Right.
the things that she owns, the things that she possesses, her life. There's just, Sebastian is so much more. He deserves so much more. And yeah, allowing it is abuse.
Well, didn't she get in trouble? Like,
If you're co-signing some bullshit, you're
oh,
just bad.
100% co-signing some bullshit, and that's what Katie was doing with Chris, right? And that's what made me think that she was being abused too. But then also from the but then we've learned so much about Katie, um, because she does play
But
that
Mama Bear,
innocent
let's be
shit.
I wanna let me address this, Mama Bear.
Which one?
Dog ain't ever gonna pay that money. That's my opinion. If he
Yeah,
did, it would shock the shit out of me. Dog and Adnight has taken look, it's
yeah,
not just psychics and mediums and people that take advantage of the missing family, their vulnerability. It's people like him too.
that's what
And I
Sally's
want
saying
you
too. Mhm.
yeah,
It's
I
like
don't
it's kind of like for show, right?
I
It's
think
kind of
it's a
like for
shit
show.
show. I in my
Yeah.
opinion, it's a shit show. It's a shit show. Nick the Hat, he is he's been convicted of fraud, and I think he's
Mm.
a fraud. And that's my opinion. You can disagree with me, you can hate me, you can say whatever you want to say. You can disagree with me. I mean, all kinds of people disagree with me. That's okay. I'm a big
Yeah,
girl.
well,
I can handle it.
and the thing is that people have to look at things a little bit more logically. Like, I mean, I
Bye.
swear Terry Lynn thought she was gonna meet Dog the Bounty Hunter, and again, I almost fell out of my chair because 'cause I'm like, "Are you serious?" Like, this guy, I mean, everybody knows Dog, right? It doesn't matter whether you watch true crime or whatever. I mean, people know who Dog is. He's been very successful. But then, with him getting involved in Sebastian's case, we have to look at it like he's a celebrity getting involved in Sebastian's case. So basically, he's there for show. He's there for, um, and I'm not saying I know he went and looked for Brian Laundrie. I remember that. I'd love to see him knock on Chris and Katie's door. I'll just say that. Other than
Yeah,
that,
I mean,
and
I
I'd
would
love
like
to
to
see him
see him do
show up for the
something.
vigils.
I would like to see him do something.
Yeah,
Something.
I know.
And that's where I'm so angry about it because Sebastian deserves so much
Shoot.
more, and they deserve accountability with we the people. We the people have to stand together and say, okay, where are you going to be accountable? Have you come to look for Sebastian? Do you know
Right.
do you know his name? Do you know his
Right.
father's name? Can you come and search for him?
Well,
Can
that's
you
what all the
come
hate
to a
channels were
vigil?
doing
Can
too
you
with
do
that.
anything other than talking about him? Because look, God is on our side. You're all preachy and you're gonna be talking about God and God and God and God. Where's your accountability? You put your name with Sebastian's name.
Right.
You have tweeted you have put it on his face your Facebook, but you
Yeah.
can't come to a vigil, you can't come and search for him. You're in Tennessee and you're not even here. What are you doing? This is a PR stunt. Is this a PR stunt? And then you start thinking, yeah, you're taking advantage of a man that is
Mhm.
vulnerable, wanting anybody and everybody to show up and show out for his son, Sebastian Rogers. Where are
I
you?
would love to see him show up for the voices. It's
Oh,
2
it pisses
years.
me off
That
so
should be a
bad, girl.
given. Like, Jen, I'm right there with you. That should be a given that he's gonna be there. Like, we should expect him to be there. And here's the thing that people don't understand is I don't care whether people show up to see Dog or not. He would bring a lot of people there to show support for Seth who needs support in order to find Sebastian. And it would just be the right thing to do. And I can't help but think maybe Beth would would show up. She was feisty now, and so I just to me, I really want to see and feel. I want to see it. I feel it, right? Okay, he's trying to help. I want to see it. And that's where I'm at. And I'm not
Don't talk about it, be about it. Don't talk
yes.
about it, be about it. Put your money where your mouth is. Where is
We
he?
need him.
Where
Yeah.
is he? So he's gone. Okay, he's done for. I'm done with him. Now next, who is going to show up and show out for Sebastian Rogers? We are. We
Yeah.
the people. We are.
We have to.
But as
And
far
that's
as
why
getting as far I mean, Sebastian's already got national attention. We didn't need Dog for that. Dog does have a big following, but if you are going to talk about Sebastian, you're not calling him by his name. You're not calling his father by his name. I mean, you're just jacked up from the flow up. You're praising Jesus every step of the way, but yet you're here in Tennessee and you're not even here. You're not even making a present. You're not even showing up for Sebastian.
right.
There's no team that is coming to search for Sebastian. There is a team to create there is a team to create division, distraction, you know.
These are the things that people should be talking about. They shouldn't shy away from it. We should talk about it. And I don't
Definitely need to
see
talk about
that.
it.
I think that is
Yeah.
something way more productive, to use Katie's words, than and talk about how, it's important to show up when it's been 2 years and they're saying that this child essentially vanished. We know that didn't happen. Logically speaking, that's the one thing that I can say definitively didn't happen. So why are we playing games?
And Lady Freedom, look, why is it? Yeah, I
And
mean, Sonny,
Nick,
I mean, yeah,
I'm
I mean,
sorry,
it's
but at the 2-year mark, what are you doing, Nick? You know what? I'm not afraid to say it because, again,
he's playing
holding
damn
someone
games.
accountable
He's
on our
trying to
team,
show he's got a new intro. He's helping, he's helping other, creators get a new intro. There's breaking news. There's this, it's
that's
it's a shit
crazy.
show.
It's
Look, and
crazy.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna call other creators out. You should know who I'm talking about. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna take the high road on this.
Yeah.
But if y'all can't see through, if y'all can't see the forest for the trees, I can't help you. I mean, some of y'all, and I'm not talking about just y'all in the chat or anything like that. Anybody that would watch this afterwards, hey, Army vet, hey, honey, good to see you, babe.
Hey, Army vet.
Anybody that has any inclination, I mean, if y'all can't see the forest for the trees, I can't help you. I don't understand why you can't see it, why you don't understand, why you're not getting it, why you're not following the yellow brick road here. But it's pretty obvious signs everywhere you look. Some people
Oh
are for
yeah.
Sebastian and some people aren't. And where you put your time and attention, where you put your money. Girl, I have seen $50 to $100 super chats on some of these channels
Mhm.
that don't deserve a 99 cents.
Mhm.
And I'm
Exactly.
clueless where they're why they would
Who's
donate
backing
so
it?
much money to people
Yeah.
that are so just downright and dirty. I just don't get it. And it causes concern for me with humanity, but at the same time, I'm like, like Holly said, I mean, the deranged have to have a place to.
Yeah, they do. And I get it. And I think that people, Chris and Katie need people. I'm not like so hateful towards them that I don't think that they deserve to have other people, who are on their side, so to speak. But I find it interesting because Elevated Goof was about to straight go off about some shit, and then all of a sudden all of these people came onto the panel. But you and I know how that works, Jen. Um, I send you the link. Like if I'm a guest on your show, you'll send me the link or you drop it in the chat. I got to click onto it, right? But we have to give out the link in order for someone to come on to the panel. So he was dropping the link or he had it pinned maybe. I don't know. I'm going to have to maybe go look if it's still even up. But either way, it just seems like it's manufactured drama, it's manufactured content. Let's see who, and then Chris is the first one to,
Totally
raise
agree.
his hand to get in the mix of it.
Yeah, totally agree. And I'm with you, Sunny Days. Any channels that are actively looking and searching for Sebastian, you just can't speak ill about. I've got to take the high road when it comes to certain things, certain people.
Mhm.
The light is always going to show. It's always going to prevail, and that is the main thing. Look, I'm all about Chris and Silver's Mob Crew and Silver's. They do great work. A lot of us do great work. We're doing the
Mhm.
great work, and we're doing it selflessly. We are doing it out of the kindness of our heart. If we make a dollar, don't hate on us for that. I get it. I think that
Yeah.
we are all bringing things to the table that leaves us in the consensus to go, okay, could this be, and we got to weigh it out. And we may agree, we may disagree, but we can definitely find common ground. And I think that that's where the adult comes in, is to take the higher ground and go, okay, where can we find common ground that we can agree on, that we can get along with, that we can definitely be friends with. I'm friends with a lot of people, and my friends that I have today, that I've always had, we can find common ground. You are not always going to agree with people. And if you don't agree with them, if you have a little falling out or whatever, make up, be okay. It's okay. It's not that serious at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And I think, it's
Exactly.
just not that serious at the end of the day. And they are doing everything that they can. Me and Lady Freedom, we're doing what we can. Seth is doing what he can. I don't know what Chris and
Mhm.
Katie are doing except messing with a goofball of a investigator. He's
Right.
just a goofball. He's goofy. He's
Well, and
straight
it's
up goofy.
different.
If he brings Sebastian home, he's going to be a goofy person that brings Sebastian home. I mean,
Amen. I'll be fine with
that's
it.
my opinion. If
I
you
hope he
disagree,
does.
it's okay. Can we find if you disagree
Mhm.
about SF, can we still find common ground? Can me and
Yeah.
SF still find common ground? I
Yeah.
mean, that would be the adult thing to do, is to try.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. And I think that's more important. Like you said, I don't care who finds Sebastian either, and I don't think Seth cares who finds him as long as someone finds him.
Seth
And,
could give a
when he's
rat's
got
ass who finds Sebastian. He could give a rat's ass if you just came on to the case and you ain't have no clue and you end up finding Sebastian. He don't care how many days, how many years, nothing about
Mhm.
it. Find Sebastian. That's all he wants. Find Sebastian. Do what you can. I don't care where you live. I don't care what country you're in. Put out flyers. Talk about him. If you can't put out flyers, if you don't know, if you're just, confused on what of that, whatever, show his face, show it, have whatever you can do. Talk about him.
Right.
Does your family know that Sebastian's missing? Does your family know? Start there.
And
Go
I'm
outside
glad
of
that
them.
people
Go to
like
your grocery
Holly.
store.
Well, and he could be anywhere. We don't know where he is. And like with Holly saying that, Nick didn't even mention Sebastian, um, it bothers me. And that's one thing that'll make me lose faith in someone or their intentions, because we could operate in a sleazy way, or we can operate in, finding Sebastian is the biggest goal. And there's two different, things going on there. And to do that at the 2-year mark, to start publicly going after each other, I don't see how that helps anything.
It
And
doesn't.
if somebody's being sleazy on either, there shouldn't be a side, but on any, I don't care if it's somebody that I don't like or it's somebody that I do like. I will, say they're doing good thing if they did a good thing. I mean, even if I don't like them. So, in my opinion, I just don't see how Nick is helping the situation at Sebastian's 2-year mark by not mentioning him, by not I mean, it's not about Sebastian, obviously, then. So now it's about his problems
Yeah.
with Brittany J.
Well, Mama Bear, please don't get mad and keep saying bye. Okay. Let's don't keep saying bye. All right.
Well, we gotta have a conversation. We
Yeah,
just
we got
do.
to have a conversation. Stop saying bye. Okay.
Yeah.
First and foremost, stop saying that. We don't have to say bye. That's my point. We don't have to say bye.
Yeah.
Just because we're not agreeing doesn't mean that we have to say bye. Let's have a conversation. That's what Lady Freedom is talking about. Oh, F off? Okay, bye.
Oh,
That's enough said, babe. I mean,
I
F off.
know.
Okay, let
That's
me just F off
un
already. Okay, let me just
yeah,
do that.
that's
Let me F off.
unacceptable. Well, Jen, this is what you're talking about
But look,
sitting at the adult
if
table.
she comes back and she don't even have to apologize. If she just comes back, that's fine. That's fine. We
Well,
can agree to
we just
disagree.
don't do that here.
She's
"Hey,
got
look."
all this faith into some kind of big, great, yeah, I mean, it could help. Maybe somebody, maybe a crackhead would be like, "Oh my God, yeah, I've got him. Let me help this." But no, the crackhead don't have him. We
Yeah,
got real people that's real knowledgeable. If
right.
Sebastian is alive, like we think so, or like I think so, that that reward doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not going to entice anybody.
No, because 'cause we're not dealing with people who would roll for a
The
reward. Like
FBI
you
has
said,
a
we're not dealing with a
$50,000 reward.
crackhead.
The FBI would give it. If Dog the Bounty Hunter is asking for money to go to somewhere to help find Sebastian, he's a piece he's a piece of shit in my opinion.
Amen, Jen. I'm sorry. I'm right there with you. There should be none of that. And, I'm not going to put up with disrespect because look, I like having people on my panel in my chats that we have differences of opinion, because if everybody has the same opinion, that's boring as hell for me to sit up here with Jen and talk about stuff and expect her to just agree with everything that I'm saying. That's ridiculous. And, Jen is a friend of mine. But that doesn't change, anything, just because why would I expect my friend to be that way either? So she'd be lying to me is basically what I want her to do because it's something I don't want to hear. Come on. This is an adult environment, right? We're all older people. I see my demographics, right? So let's act like grown folks,
Yeah, this is a grown
please.
folk table. You come here, we're at the grown folk table. Y'all want to be at the little kitty table, go somewhere else. We're at the grown folk table. And
How is it okay that,
I'm
Dog
telling
is a
you,
part of this, but he's having Nick go out there and attack Brittany J, who's got enough to deal with? Look, I don't
I
watch
mean,
Brittany.
it's
I've told you
ridiculous on
guys.
the YouTube streets with Brittany J and Clue Minotti and Chris
Dumb.
and his posse. Chris and Katie have created a posse.
Mhm.
And look at how deep they are with the drama and the amount of people that flock to them like stink on shit. This is a problem. The kid, Sebastian Drake Rogers, who is missing out of Hendersonville, Tennessee, is lost in all of it. And where is Seth in it? He is reaping a nightmare. People taking advantage of him.
Left and right and center and back.
Left and right, girl. And I'll be damned if I'm gonna sit here and allow that to be a part of my circle
Well, what I find to be so
without saying
incredibly
anything about it.
crazy, how are people thinking that they have more knowledge than you do directly? I mean, that's what's crazy to me is I don't understand that. Just it really blows my mind that people that live in other states, even myself, would have
I don't
more
care if
knowledge
Nick
than
was
you
talking
would being a
about it.
local, for
I don't care if
one.
Nick was talking about it in the beginning. I frankly do not care if he was talking about in the beginning. He is a shit show, sideshow.
Yeah. Well, that's what it
When they
proves to
come and they
me.
look for Sebastian, I will say that they are not taking advantage of Seth Rogers. When they actually put some boots on the ground, oh, we're working some intelligence with US Cajun Navy. Okay, well, y'all done took your tail between your legs and went running off because y'all got a little bit of fear. Oh, well, they're harassing. We just can't have that. Drama, drama, drama. And then you got that girl, whoever the hell she was. Who was she? With the United Cajun Navy. Y'all knew who I'm talking about. She had her own drama sideshow on TikTok.
Oh, really? See, I didn't know about that.
Girl,
I've been trying to go on TikTok
Riley.
now,
Her
checking the
name was
scene,
Riley. Her name was
checking
Riley.
it
Me and
out.
her had words in the very beginning. I was like, you bitch. I can't believe that you're doing this. Why would you do this? You were supposed to be with United Cajun Navy. Are you really going to represent United Cajun Navy like this? It was
Right,
awful. It was
right.
awful,
And then what
girl.
about Sebastian? If
And
they're
I
if
just
they're
feel so
afraid,
bad. Like, I feel
well,
so
I
bad for
know.
Seth that he has
So
really
bad.
tried to do what he could do to bring attention, to bring national attention, to do and it has. It did, even though it's negative. It was a lot of it was a lot of negativity. It's still a lot of negativity. It's still bringing even the drama is bringing good stuff to Sebastian because it's keeping him in the attention of the public. That's that's even worse for of a nightmare for a parent of a missing kid to not have their kid even talked about. And
Right.
sadly, even the negative attention is good in a sense because at least your kid is being talked about. I mean, I could just bawl my eyes out. It's so bad that
I know.
he even has to go through this.
I
And
know.
it's
And
just a
you
friend.
see it
I would be
firsthand.
this way for you, Lady Freedom, if your child was missing. We have no
I know.
idea. We know so those of us that have lost kids, that we've watched them die, take their last breath, we know we have closure. We're not worried about them being cold. We're not worried about them being hungry. We're not worried about them trying to get in touch with us. Are they missing us? Or are they do they know that we're looking for them? We don't have any of that. We have closure. Parents of the missing have no closure, and that is something that we are all missing, is the way that it feels, the way that it can feel to have a missing kid.
I
Missing.
appreciate you saying that so much. I really do. Because that's the conversation and that's the place that people need to be putting themselves in right now. And that's what I'm trying to show you guys on these videos that I've been doing lately. And Sebastian's a human being. He's not a character. His father is also not a character. His mom and his stepdad are acting like characters, but they're all people. And Sebastian is the one who should be at the forefront. It should never be about any creators, anybody but Sebastian. Nobody but him. And put
Right.
when you put yourself, Jen, in Seth's position, just as a parent, like you said, he doesn't know where Sebastian is, and if Sebastian's sitting there wondering where's my dad when he's going to come get me. I mean, that has to feel like pure hell every single day. And I don't think that people understand. I just don't think that people are
They
putting
don't.
themselves in that
They don't.
position.
And think about it. Think about it. We're watching it like it's some kind of show. We're watching a show of, the lights and the cemetery and the boom and all of that. And you have a whole parent that is sitting here on the sidelines, not feeling like that at all, not feeling like this. It's very sad. It's heartbreaking to see what it does to somebody when you are feeling like you need to go to the cemetery. You need to check this out. You need to make sure, you know, this isn't a show. This is real life. You're right. I think that is so pertinent to understand, is that Sebastian is not a character in a show. He is a real life human being. Seth is a real life human being that has to go and check out the cemetery,
Mm,
make sure that, he's not buried in somebody else's plot. Make
I
sure
was
that
sick
your
over it.
kid make sure that
Sick.
your kid, your only child, I mean, and we say it like, would it be a difference if you had 2? No, it wouldn't. If you had 3, if you had 5, it's your kid. It's your child.
Mm. But to know that
It's
that's his
it's
only
heartbreaking.
child. Ugh, Katie's
It's
only child.
heartbreaking. I mean, could you imagine? Do you even wanna be sane? Do you even wanna be sober? Do you even wanna be in life when that is going on? It's very difficult.
No.
I mean, it's just bad. It's
They'd be
bad.
medicating me, Jen, because I'd be like a nut from hell, and people would be like, "This lady is absolutely bonkers. Put her in a padded room," because I would be so like beside myself, with grief, with just running through things, and
He
the
wants
fact
to
that he
know. He
he
wants to know
checks
where his
out
son is. If
everything.
he's deceased and he's there, then he wants to know. There's nobody that's gonna be the first one to see Sebastian. It's gonna be him. He's not gonna have somebody else call him and tell him. He wants to
Mm.
see who's there, what's going on, everything about it.
And
It's
the
his son.
proud feet live right
But
around the
is it
corner, and
easy?
they didn't
Is
show.
Has this been easy for him? No. Was Katie and Chris witnessing that? Are they going there and they are looking for it, to see if are they going places to see and perhaps run across a dead body that is your son? Seth
Mm.
has.
He goes every time,
Seth has been
Jen. He's
all
there
kinds of
every
places to
time.
see if his son would be there, not knowing. Have they put themselves in that position? I'm just wondering. Inquiring minds want to know. This isn't a show. This is an actual kid that has people that love him, that care about him, that have been here for him for a long time that people don't even know about, don't even hear about because they don't want to be in this shit show.
Right. Right. You're so right, Jen. You are so right. And I will never shut down a conversation like this ever. I don't care whose ears it hurts. Because we have to talk about it. If somebody's not doing the right thing, we need to point it out, and hopefully they'll do better. And maybe Nick will do a live stream about just Sebastian. That's all I'm asking him to do. I don't think that that's too much to ask, because pointing everything in the other direction, or share the flyer for the Gathering of Voices. Just please do something like that, especially if you're gonna, cause a divide or play games
It's too
between
late
the
for
drama
me.
channels.
It's too late for me. It's done. He's
I know,
already shown
Jen.
his
I'm just
character. He's
asking him as a
it's over for me, girl.
concerned citizen, you know.
Yeah.
Because I know, Jen, I know, and I appreciate your stance on that, because and also um everything that you're doing for Sebastian, for Seth, um, you know,
Sandwich, keep that I'm telling you, Sandwich, keep that. Chris is saying, look at me and the drama. Don't look for Sebastian.
right.
Because if you look for Sebastian and you find him, you may find that we are connected. So that is very old way of controlling other people, is distraction, drama. So Chris is not the dum dum, even though he's a dum dum, in my opinion. When you're looking at one place and you're not looking at the other, that's exactly what Chris wants you to do. That's the name of the
Oh,
game right there.
definitely.
You got to be vigilant and open. Vigilant and open. Keep your mind open. Be vigilant. Watch, observe, and nick the hat.
I'm not giving any excuses for his parole. He can go ahead and pass
He
out
was
flyers,
convicted. And
please.
what was he
Or
convicted
excuse
of?
me, share them.
Fraud. Fraud.
Mm. Hey, sometimes we learn lessons and sometimes we don't.
We
I
do
don't know
learn
what to think at this
lessons. We
point.
do learn lessons. We do learn lessons. And a lot of the times when it comes to when you're vulnerable, you're not on your shit. You're not, screening people and being the intelligence. You're just kind of, going with the flow and you're trying to find your kid.
Sam,
In
I
my
mean,
opinion, they took advantage of him at a vulnerable time, and many have. Many have
many, many,
taken
too
advantage, and
many.
they still do. They still try to take advantage of the vulnerability of this case, and that's shitty. And the people that are constantly taking advantage of somebody else's pain and somebody else's trauma, that's shitty. We are bringing it to the attention tonight, and we are saying, me and Lady Freedom talk all I mean, we're talking, we're communicating offline. This is the
Yeah.
same thing. This is the same type of conversation that me and her have all the time. We're trying to figure out who is for Sebastian and who isn't. We're still trying to figure that out. Just
Well,
like
and I
y'all
had
are.
such a rough experience with Terry Lynn's group that I was
Yes,
like,
you
"Oh
did.
boy."
Yeah, you
I was
did. And
like,
so did we. So did we. Okay.
mm,
Searching
mm,
with her was not the most productive either. And if Jeff
right.
wasn't sleeping, he would be like, "Oh my God." Yeah.
I've heard that from several people that search with her, that just, I mean, look, and awareness is the biggest thing, but, even with
Cece,
her
yes.
doing what she did and then going off on, not being on for 5 months, what about the promise you made to Sebastian? I ask that all the time. And, again, I don't think she could bring anything good to it. So I'm glad she
But we all
stopped.
have our own demons. We do have our own demons, and so I have to give her that. She has her own demons that she has to work through, that she has to work out, and she made a
Right.
promise she couldn't keep, and so, it is what it is. Gotta move on. She's the past, we are the present. We've been the past and the present. And Cece, I totally agree. I think that Seth is more the wiser from all that now. In the beginning, not so much. He has grown. We've all grown. We've all
We've
learned
all
lessons.
grown.
I'm sure Tony is just, fighting at Tony is a good guy. No matter what we think about
I
anything
agree.
about Tony, Tony has a good heart. He's a good guy. And in my opinion, Tony's a good guy. At the beginning, I wasn't with Tony. I
Yeah.
just wasn't about
Me
it. I
too.
think that he has good intentions. I think that he respects and loves Seth as a brother, and I think that he wants to protect him. And I think that there's a lot of things that if Tony could have gone back and redid, he would. Everything is
Right.
always wisdom in hindsight. When we can look back and we can go, oh, that's a lesson. Oh, that's a lesson. We all learn lessons. It's just,
Yes.
do we keep repeating them? Do we keep repeating them? And that's where I think that we, the people, the community of Sebastian Rogers and really wanting him to be found, we don't have to name ourselves as Sebastian's Army or anything like that. It's just all of
No.
those of us that care about Sebastian, that care about his well-being, where he's at, what happened to him, the justice, no matter what that looks like on the outer world, right? We all have that common ground. And if we can just meet there and spawn from there, that's where Sebastian's going to thrive, where we're going to help instead of hindering, where we're going to love him to life instead of loving him to death. And that's where all people, we can just come together with a common cause of saying, hey, we want to know what happened. Where's the justice? Is it criminal? Is it not? Did he run away? Did he die? Did he do this? Did he not? What is it? What happened? If we can just come to that common ground and spawn from that, it would be so much better for the case in general and for the social media and all of us and our psyche and our health and all of that. I think and for the parents too, because I don't know that Chris and Katie had anything to do with that. I just think that they're suspect because of their behavior. Maybe people think the same thing with Seth. Okay, well, let's come to the common ground. Let's say, okay, can we come to an agreement that we all want Sebastian found? How can we show that behavior with our channels, with the way that we are being productive, Katie, with our
Exactly.
time?
Yeah. You got it, Jen. No, you got it. You hit the nail on the head. It has to come to a point where everybody doing their own thing, whether we like each other or not, the goal is Sebastian. So, everything that we're physically doing um is a positive, but even word of mouth, sharing the flyer, that's one of the biggest things that we can do. I mean, just, and pray. But like you said in your video too, when you were outside the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, it's like, hey, we can pray, but we also have to be proactive. God gives us, these bodies to do with, so we can do, right? So not so we can just sit around. And that's what I see from Chris and Katie, that which is very difficult to see. Um, I don't want to not like someone who Sebastian loves, and I believe that he loves his mother and stepfather. I just do. So
I
it
don't,
it, it
I
just,
don't know
you know.
myself. I don't know that he would love Mr. Chris because Mr. Chris has a way of demeaning and abusing with his words, with
Mhm.
his little man syndrome.
Mhm.
That's my opinion. I think that I think that if Katie and Sebastian would have just, been on their own and she wouldn't have went from bed to bed and she would have not been, if she had been single for a little bit and come to her motherhood of being a good mom and being all about Sebastian. But I think that the man always came first. I think that the man was coming first. That's my opinion. And
I think so.
I think that she co-signed Chris's bullshit, his family's bullshit, and she's accountable. She was the last person to be with him, and I think all eyes need to be on her, like stink on shit.
I
That's what I
agree.
think. She is. Me and her came from a different cloth. Me and Chris's mama, we came from a different cloth. Chris, I think that, Nina said a lot about him and his behavior. The courts deemed him to have classes. We can't ignore that. Mr. Chris is that name. It was because Seth wanted him to respect Chris, even though Seth, and this is where I have to give credit where it's due. Seth is an old-fashioned Catholic type of dude that is very much loving of his kid. He loves his kid.
Oh
And
yeah,
he
no doubt.
wanted his kid to have respect for other people. But if Seth knew that anything was nefariously going on in the house, why wouldn't Sebastian have told Seth? Why are the dynamics the way that they are with children and teens, adolescents? If you've ever been from a split family, if you've got a ex-husband, if you've got an ex-wife, you got a teenager, you already know. It's just so many
Mhm.
different dynamics, with especially with the hormones and everything that's taking place with Sebastian, him trying to find himself. I remember my kids being teenagers and them trying to find theirself, their identity, where, their, sexual preference, they're just their ideology, what they believe in. They're coming into themselves. They're trying to figure themselves out. It's a very difficult age being a teenager, being a
Yes, it is.
15-year-old. And him having autism had to have been even more difficult for him. And parents, he would have to rely on parents. Sebastian would have to rely on parents that were compassionate, empathetic, and understanding of his behavior, not taking it personal, but taking it into a spectrum of autism.
Mhm.
And they would have to be more mature, and we just don't see that with Chris, and I don't see that with Katie. I do see that with Seth, and that's all I can go on, Lady Freedom, is the
Mhm.
maturity and the understanding, the empathy, the all of that. So, if we're trying to fix, manage, and control, and we don't want the other parent like Chris and, Nina seem to battle, or Chris wants to battle Nina with the control, and his mother wants to battle control. Did they want to battle control with Seth too?
Yeah.
It's just
I
things
think
that
that would be a, logical next step. Believing that, taking in the information and then saying, "Okay, well, I can see this happening," or, um, and yeah, I just think I see Sebastian as just like a very, loving person, and, in these situations, I think that Sebastian wanted, everybody to get along, and like you were saying, Jen, it's just multi-layered. So, I mean, we have a teenager, we have, obvious behaviors that weren't welcomed by the proud feet, but they weren't trying to figure out what was going on. There
right,
was
right,
issues
and
in their house, but not at Seth's,
we
That's
don't
a big
know the
one.
relationship we don't know the relationship that Sebastian had with his mom. I mean, me and my kids are really tight. Would they
Right.
sacrifice for me? Yes, I think that they would. I think that they would. I would sacrifice for them. I mean, I could shit talk my kids right now about it, but,
Mhm.
would they, how would they react? I've been a single mom. I've had, men in their life that was in my life, and the way that they reacted, the way that they thought. But me and my kids always had a closer relationship than any relationship that they could have or that I could have with another man. I mean, they always knew that they came first. Whatever they felt, whatever they thought, they knew that they could always come to me. There wasn't ever a time that they couldn't come to me and tell me anything and everything. I mean, me and my kids have and my kids have always said, Mom, I just love the fact that I've always been able to come to you. But me and their dad is all, you already know, Lady Freedom, you met my ex-husband. I mean, we're best friends too. Jeff
Yeah,
and Jeff
he's so
and
nice.
Jeff and Larry are good friends. I mean, we go there in this, we stay the night, we help out with the house or whatever. I mean, we are definitely co-parenting in another type of dimension, according to
I
what my
love
kids
that.
say. Their friends,
I love
they're
it.
like, my friends are so different from you and dad. But I would
Mhm.
never, as soon as I would meet somebody, I would say, before we ever even go any further, I just want you to know that my ex-husband is like my best friend. When it comes down to it, I'm a writer. He's my writer. Me and my kids have an excellent relationship. And, I would always put that first and foremost. My kids come first. If you're ever going to be jealous of my ex, I mean, we can't ever be together if you're going to be jealous of my ex-husband. It's my
Right,
kid's
but I mean,
dad. This is,
that's the
yeah,
best thing you could do for your kids and your
yeah,
grandkids.
we've went through child loss together. We can't,
Mm.
we are bonded for life. You could never be jealous. If you were ever jealous, you're not secure, and I can't be with a secure man. If you're not
Yeah,
secure, I can't be with an insecure man. Let me say that. If you're insecure, there's no way,
exactly, and well, and in that position, it's so much
Chris
better
is
to have that
insecure. Chris
harmony.
is so insecure, dude. I
He
mean,
wouldn't
you can
he
tell.
wouldn't yeah, he would never be okay with that. Mm-mm. It would be a
People
blow
would
to
say,
his
well,
fragile
Seth
ego,
is
you know?
Seth is still hooked on Katie. Well, he's not insecure. Chris is. There's a difference there. Seth has gotten
Oh,
over
big
it. I
time.
mean, he has. He's gotten over it. But Chris is insecure. In my opinion, this is all my opinion, guys. Don't, I mean, this is just me just up here on Lady Freedom's panel, just, expressing myself, my authentic self. In my opinion, you don't have to
That's why I
agree.
love you,
We can
Jen.
we can agree to disagree even. But he's just insecure. Seth isn't. He's not an insecure dude. But Chris is. You can just tell from a woman's perspective. For me, I can just tell. I get it. He is so
Mhm.
insecure. And any dude that would ever be with me, like Jeff is so secure with himself. Don't ever be jealousy is the most disgusting thing. It will turn me off quicker than anything. Jealousy is not a good trait to have. My son will say, "Well, jealousy sometimes, mom, is healthy." He will. He'll say that. My daughter will too. Are they right?
To a
Am I
certain
wrong?
extent. Well, to
It's
a
my
certain
opinion.
extent.
It's just my opinion.
Yeah, but I know I get with what you're saying though, because, I mean, even when it comes to poor Seth and the way that he has had to become secure and in that situation, I mean, let's be honest, like you said, Katie didn't, she was obviously cheating at the time, and that's not for me to judge her on that. That doesn't matter to me. That's her choice. But in the same way, when I look at that dynamic and I can see how that would be tough on Seth, you know, um, it had to be a major blow to him, but he still wanted to keep Sebastian at the forefront. And so he, was trying to co-parent with, someone who, I mean, very often those relationships fizzle out and they don't turn into a whole nother marriage and everything like that. Most of the time, if you cheat and you're sowing, and dirty soil, that's probably not going to be, it's probably not going to work out. But they did end up staying together. And then Seth had to be in the position to co-parent with a narcissist, and that's one of the worst things that you could have to deal with, because they do not want a harmonious vibe, and they are very jealous, and toxic, and so that Chris coming in to that situation, I could just see where that was. I mean, even looking back, at pictures and things like that, of Sebastian and Seth. Um, I've never seen a picture of all three of them together. Seth, Sebastian, and Katie. And then here she is taking all of these pictures with her and Chris. It's very odd to me. Um, and I'm sure there's pictures out there, and maybe they're just it's just too painful to put them out there. Um, but I can tell you I have pictures of me, my ex-husband and my daughter. Um, I mean, there's so many that I have totes upon totes of them. And so, yeah, I just I've never it doesn't seem like Katie ever wanted to settle down, and then we also have the dynamic of Katie running around, in kind of like an open marriage type of a way, which again, when you talk about Seth and how and his values, it just doesn't align, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the jealousy is just it's it's non-productive. It's just not it's it's very much a turn off for me. When
Yeah.
I've had jealousy all my life, and when I decided to create boundaries, finally I created boundaries and I said, if you want to be with me, if you ever I'm a different type of breed. I told Jeff, I'm with my ex-husband once a week. I mean, I go and stay the night. Like, I'm not like in his bed. I'm in my own bed in his
Right.
house with my granddaughter, with my kids. And, Larry has come out here to stay. We go and work on the house. Jeff is phenomenal. And it takes a grown ass man. Anybody less than that, to me, is a boy. It's a
Right.
boy. It's a boy.
Right.
If you can't if you can't co-parent and you've got your own you got your ego in the way, you got your ego above my kids, above my peace. Yeah, we're not meant to be together. And so that's why when I say we got to come to the grown folk table, that's what I mean.
Right. Yeah,
We got to
it's where
we
you
got
put
to
your
we got to be
differences
grown.
aside.
And if you wanna go, you wanna give all your time to these shitty ass channels, talking shitty ass shit, and not about the facts, and keeping Sebastian in the forefront, we got problems.
Oh,
And,
big time.
yeah, we got problems. We got big time problems because Sebastian is the most important. With thinking about Layla Santanello, that case,
Mhm.
the mother is so jealous, and I understand why. I understand why she's so jealous, but the jealousy is preventing her from finding her daughter. Don't focus on the jealousy. And it's like, okay, well, maybe she's not, maybe internally, no, she is. There is a jealousy of the stepmom, her being younger, this and that, and she's got other kids, and there's this jealousy. It's like, let go. Sometimes we just
Yeah.
gotta let go, and we've gotta get over our own ego, our own pain, and make it into something greater, and think about other people other than ourself. Take ourself out of it, put your kid in the forefront, and just only think about that child, And that's it. That's it. And that's what I want to see with Chris and Katie. I just haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen them fighting for where's Sebastian. Where we would never do that. We would never
Mm-mm.
do that. I don't know why they're saying that. We would never do that. We would never harm Sebastian.
We've never heard them say it.
I just want Sebastian found. Where is he? Going from news station to news station. They're going from YouTuber to YouTuber. I mean, that's not national. Why would they not want national attention on Sebastian? Do they not want him to be found in another state? Because if it goes national, he could be found in another state. Somebody might see him in another state, another country.
I
You don't
know. I
go national.
know. Well, and they
Just
don't
want to
talk
say
about him when
you
they're up there. They
YouTube
just
ain't gonna
don't.
go national. Yeah. You don't wanna be on a big national television show? Nancy Grace was like hell for them, it seemed like.
Amen, Henry Dog. We need justice for Sebastian, and he's got to be the one that we're focused on. And when we have all of these other things to focus on, and when they're going on panels and not talking about Sebastian, that is awful. And the amount of people that are in their chat that they could reach, it's just unbelievable that they won't speak on Sebastian. Yeah. No, they never one time have they said anything about Sebastian, if he's hungry, cold, hurt, thirsty, any of it. They've never once. Yeah, never once. And I think it tells a lot. And also when we think about how Chris made himself fit into Katie's and Sebastian's life, right? He just put himself right in there, and no pun intended. But I'm saying he inserted himself where he didn't belong. I mean, if you're allergic to cats and you can't handle cats, and you meet a woman who has a child, and he has those animals for comfort and support, and then you make him get rid of them, that just says everything to me, that wasn't a good fit.
Have y'all ever been
And
with a man have y'all ever been with a man that was jealous of your son? If you
mm,
only have a son and there can only be one man in the house, right?
right,
Right?
right.
Yeah. There can only
That's a
be one man that
huge
yeah.
part of it.
So, how many times did Chris come home? Or was she just going to him every other weekend? Every other weekend she was going to him. He was staying at his job, even on the weekends that he wasn't working, or maybe he was working. Maybe he was just working all the time. And every other weekend he was off. I don't know. I don't know what his work schedule was, but let's just say that there can only be one man in the house. And there was times that I felt that way with, especially as my son got older. When you have sons and you have another partner, that's not their dad or whatever, it's like the men look at your teenage son, and your teenage son is starting to really wisen up and see you in a different light as they are going through puberty, and they're seeing you as in a different light. And I just wonder if Sebastian was starting to see his mom in different light, starting to see Chris in a different light, and just like really starting to figure things out for himself, starting to figure out his own identity, who what he's all about. I think it was definitely a crucial time in Sebastian's life. It was a phase. There was this phase that he was going through and seeing things from another light. And look at that sweet face. I
I
think
know.
he knows everything. He just knows what he knows. He feels it. He understands it, and I don't know. I feel so sorry for him. that he had to go through some of the things that he may have had to go through. Because we do know from Nina's testimony, because it is a testimony. She testified basically in front of us Chris's
Mm,
behavior with her own kids, with her
yes.
kids, the abuse that her kids went through with him. And so, what are the names that Chris would have called Sebastian? What were
Right.
that? Was there a jealousy? Was there a jealousy with Chris, with Sebastian? He couldn't compare. Is there? I don't know. It's just,
I think
I
that's a
really
big
feel
part of it too, though, TN Nurse. I do. I mean, I do think he's jealous, but I also think that, he wanted it to just be his daughter, and he really thought that he was going to take a child from Nina, and I don't see any good reason why he would ever want to do that. Like, there's no reason to take a child away from their mother, for one, but their father either. It goes both
well,
ways, but
Tennessee
for a
Nurse, I mean,
woman, you carry
basically
that
for
child for 9 months.
yeah,
I
and
mean,
for
how
me,
dare
Tennessee
you?
Nurse, it's the same thing. It is jealousy. It is
Yeah, it's
jealousy
big
down to the
time.
inconvenience, the challenges in the future. There is a jealousy there because it is threatening. He is threatening. There is a jealousy because he is threatening. All of
Mhm.
that you're mentioning, I think that that's the same thing. I think it's the same thing.
Boom, Holly,
Yeah.
that's a great point. Everything is transactional with him,
Yes.
and about power and control. Well
Yes.
said.
Yeah. Spot on. I
Yeah,
totally agree with that, man. I think it's all of that. All of that.
that's a lot. It's very
Yeah.
complex.
Is Sebastian getting taller than him? All of that. And Sebastian wasn't dumb. He could see
Right.
right through Chris's bullshit. Maybe Katie could co-sign it, co-sign the bullshit, but Sebastian wasn't co-signing not shit if it wasn't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know Sebastian. I'm just thinking that if I did know him, would he be so intuitive? Would he be understanding and knowing what was going on for real with Chris and Katie, with a relationship, the way that he was interfering with the relationship? I think that he felt like he was in interference. I don't
Yeah,
know, man.
I can definitely see
I
that.
think
I
that he
can
could definitely outsmart Chris. Yeah,
Oh,
he could have.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think that there was a jealousy about that as well. I think he was upset that he couldn't beat Sebastian in chess, right? It wasn't about like, wow, this kid's extremely intelligent. Let's play him in chess, and and help him, elevate that skill level, and really get him good at something he really enjoys. I see that with Seth, bringing him to the card games, and you know bringing him to places where he was going to succeed and where he wasn't going to fail on things. And that builds confidence when you do that, especially for a young child, like or excuse me, a young adult, for Sebastian, because his voice was changing. You can hear it in the video where he was at his birthday party. You could hear that his voice was getting deeper, and that with that, Jen, I mean, I didn't have a son, I only have a daughter. So I think that transition is,
Yes, it was
big.
trick. And to hear Melissa, the way that she was talking to him, girl, sit
Mhm.
down. You would
Mhm.
never talk to my kid that way. I can promise you one thing. You would never, ever, ever, Melissa, talk to my kid the way that you did and ever get away with it. We would not be
Never.
friends. You would not, I don't give a shit if you are my sister-in-law. You gonna know the way to talk to my children? No. Uh-uh. The way that she talked to
Amen.
him, her tone in her voice,
You just
I don't
cannot
like it.
allow for people to treat your children that way. Like, it doesn't,
You ain't
like,
gonna talk to my
I
kid.
can't even.
People would
Uh-uh.
already she would already know me. She would already know me
Well, and
and
my
know
daughter
better and
was
know
in the
better. She would
position
know
a couple
better.
times where she had, been
Her little
mistreated
high-pitched
by,
voice, "I'm
father and
smashing it
stepmother.
down." Yeah, you would never talk to my kids that way. You
Well,
got
and
me
and
all
she
kinds
knew,
of
Jen,
messed
I
up.
would never allow for it. Yeah, she knew that. It's just why she wouldn't wanna tell me everything, but eventually she would,
Well, that
and that's when, action was taken, you know?
that's what lets me
Um,
know that Katie cosigns. She cosigns. She
she does.
cosigns for that type of behavior. You ain't gonna talk to my kid that way, Melissa. Your little high tone pitch voice and talking to my kid that way. You would anybody that knows me would never talk to my kids that way. You
No,
won't
I
have
I
no
mean,
teeth. Yeah, this you ain't gonna talk to my
never.
kids that way. We're not gonna be friends ever, ever. You if you're my sister-in-law, I don't care. We would never hang out together. We wouldn't go to places like that together. You would never talk to my kid like that. Your high tone
Never.
pitch voice, being negative to my children. No. Well, he was a strong-willed, he was this, he was that. I don't care. The only person that could ever talk to my kid out of the way with any type of weirdness or, um, any type of weird behavior like she was expressing with Sebastian, it's not weird. Okay, what is it? What is it? It's not aggressive, it's condescending. Okay,
Mhm.
I could think that. Condescending.
Big time. Big
I'm the
time,
only
and
person, not even my kid's dad. Don't talk to my kids in a certain way. Just don't do it. I'm the only one that could ever get away with it, and they can come back on me. My kids can come back on me. I'd rather them come back on me than you or anybody else. I'm the only one that can get away with stuff like that. Don't talk to my kids in a negative light like that. You're never gonna call my kid gay, the F word, the faggot word. You're never gonna call my kid anything like that. I mean, you're gonna be chewing your tongue.
amen, Jen, and there's no reason to shame anybody about that anyway. Like, what is that? So let me point something out that doesn't define someone for one, but then to point that out and say, well, that's a negative. Well, why do you care anyway? It's not up to you what somebody does in their life, and on top of it, that doesn't define that person. I really don't get that. I don't see how that's derogatory, but it is, right? Like, oh, big deal. Well, you're just stating the obvious. Okay, yes, I'm gay, but you know, I'll tell you what, I would be very overprotective of my child because of that. If my child, um, you know, made the choice, or and I don't know how to say
Chris,
it, Jen, but
Chris,
you know what I'm
Chris is
saying.
so Chris must have little
The
man
hell.
syndrome. Is all I can say. Chris, he must have little man syndrome.
I think Chris has issues with himself and his own sexuality.
Hey, he does.
I
Chris
do,
has
Jen,
little
and I
man
think he's
syndrome. Is
not
all I
man
can say
enough.
and that's my opinion based on my experience as a grown ass woman who has been around men for countless years that are not secure with himself. If you are not secure Jeff is so secure, and he should be. He don't have no
Absolutely.
little man syndrome. He ain't about the little boy games. And I'm talking about, and I'm proud of him because I got a real man.
Yes,
Has he made
exactly.
mistakes? Of course. Have we all made mistakes? Are we perfect? No.
Everyone.
Have we
Yeah,
learned from
myself.
that's where I
Yeah.
want to see it. I want to see Chris and Katie come to a maturity where they have learned from their mistakes and they have owned them and they are going to reap the consequences of their mistakes. That's where I'm at. When it comes to
Well,
my kids
yeah.
and me and being a parent and my the kid's dad, have we been perfect? No. No, but can we come to a consensus of just putting them first? Yes. Do we agree on putting them first? Yes. Even as adults, yes. Even grandchildren, yeah. Do we agree on everything? No. Do we get in arguments? Yes. Are we are we perfect?
Yeah.
No. I mean, it's just this is grown folk stuff. And you see so much of just so much juvenile child's play when it comes to Sebastian's case. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Exactly. And you have unconditional love for your children. It doesn't matter what choices they make in life, you're going to love them no matter what. And if they find someone that they love, then that's what you should be happy for. But Chris, like you said, it's too complex for him to wrap his little brain around it. That it it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Um, and that's the thing with a narcissist is they don't understand unconditional love because they live vicariously through even their stepchildren, and any type of thing that Sebastian might choose or like, even rap music. He's like, oh, we don't do the rap music. It's like, well, well, who are you to tell him, what to listen to? I get if there's explicit lyrics, but in the same way, there's country songs that talk about drinking and smoking, and you know what I'm saying. Come
Yeah,
on,
and let me tell you
you know,
something. Let me tell
come
you, let
on.
me let me just let me tell you some, Holly. Dressing up as the father, it doesn't get much more childish than that. Let me tell you something. My ex-husband, he would he would never, ever, ever do something like that. Let me tell you, if one of my kids was missing, he would done have come over here, taken that dude up. He would have wore orange. He ain't about that life of dressing up and pretending and making jokes. And that's where we
Mm.
separate the man from the boy. The man from the boy. We got men stuff, and then we got boy stuff. We got men's responsibility and taking accountability, and we got boys child's play. They play games. So Chris Proudfoot, in my opinion, is going to be more in the line of child's play, where he's going to dress up, make fun, hee hee and ha ha, get all kinds of attention. He's so funny. Ah. When he's got, when there's a kid missing, that's a boy. That's a boy for you. That's boy behavior. And anybody that condones the boy behavior versus a man, I've seen men. This Chris Proudfoot's a boy.
Oh yeah,
110% a boy. Jeff
yeah,
calls him a
no
boy.
doubt.
He's a freaking boy, man. He's a little kid. He's that kid looking for a nut. All right.
Right. Yeah, exactly, Jen. And I think a lot of it too with Chris, I think he was bullied in high school because he went to a high school where, he was the minority, and that's what it appears to me. And maybe that's why he has such disdain for rap music or whatever. But that's, recently he said what high school he went to. And, I think this comment that Mountain Man Swag made, I think he's trying to make up for not being popular in high school, you know. So I thought that was interesting, because I was just kind of looking up his high school, and it seems like he would have went to school and been listening to in that time period. Rap music was super popular. He's I think Chris is a year younger than me. I think he was born in '83. Either way, I was born in '82, and
Oh,
so
you want to bring
in
this
that
up, don't you?
time,
You want to talk about the Hunter's Lane, huh?
Hunter's Lane, yes, Jen, because I was like, "What is that? A BD school where he was a behavioral, student, or what? What?
Well,
What
well,
happened?"
let's we need to get this out of Chris. I mean, we need to understand Chris. Inquiring minds want to know, why did your sweet, good old mama, good old sweet mama Cruella,
Mhm.
I mean Miss Bowersocks, why would she ever send you, her sweet baby boy, to Hunter's Lane when you are the minority? Why would she do that? Why wouldn't she have gotten a special transfer? Because let me tell you something, honey. I love my kids enough to give them a special transfer. Why wouldn't she have done that? I don't guess she really cared that much about your education, you being a minority. I don't
I mean,
know.
big time,
Inquiring
and
minds would like to know. Maybe that is why he is called white boy. Maybe that is why he can't stand other races, because he was sent to Hunter's Lane due to Cruella not getting him a special transfer to another school or sending him to a private Christian school. You know, why
oh,
Hunter's
yeah.
Lane, Chris? Why Hunter's Lane? Inquiring minds, we really want to know, especially, some of us that are local would love to know why you were sent to Hunter's Lane High School
Oh, yeah. Well, and also
off
Terry
of
Lynn asked
Dickerson
him
Road.
about
I
it.
mean, we got prostitutes from the left to the right. Why are you going to Hunter's Lane, honey? Your mama's so good. Why are you going to Hunter's Lane? I mean, I'm just wondering. I would love to know why you didn't get no special transfer.
Right. I mean,
I
even
think
when
I
I
think
was gonna
that's
go to
why he
school with
hates on
metal
I think
detectors.
that's why he hates
Uh-uh.
on the other race, honey. The dark
I think
race.
so too.
Yep. I was kicking it. I was down at Cameron Middle School, man. I was kicking it. I was in the projects. I was dancing. I was loving rap music. Me and him are cut from a different cloth. My grandmother taught me to
Exactly.
love all people, all
Yep.
people, all people,
That's
no
how I was
color,
brought up.
race. I mean, I'm cut from a different cloth. I was hanging out in the projects. I was cool with it. But then my mom was like, "Oh, no, you ain't gonna be the minority anymore, honey. I'm 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 speculating whether this is a good idea or a good idea." So she sent
Mhm.
me to a private school. I mean, my mom did what she could to work her ass off to make sure that I was educated, where I wasn't the minority and I was able to thrive with my education. So I'm just wondering why Chris's mom didn't do the same thing. Why did he go to Hunter's Lane?
I know. And did his
I
other
mean,
I don't know if his
we're
other
talking about
siblings went.
Dickerson Road. I mean, you heard it firsthand. I mean, I gave you the I had you on speaker. I asked that in front of Larry. He's born and raised in Nashville, knows the Madison area, knows Dickerson Road, knows the area, and he told you what it's all about. What that area is all about is bad. Crime rate is really bad. It's bad.
Well,
And
with
I mean,
Columbine and everything,
shipped to school was too, but and I can tell you why I was shipped to Cameron. But I mean, when it came to my high school, that was a different story. Cameron taught my mama a lot. I mean, I saw transvestites outside my classroom window
oh,
that were
wow.
selling themselves. They were selling themselves outside my middle school window at Cameron Middle School, and that was on Murfreesboro Road in Nashville. Murfreesboro Road's a long road, but when you're talking about downtown on Murfreesboro Road, I mean, there's some sayings here. There's a lot of jokes, and I'm not gonna talk about them, but I'm just saying there is reason for me to ask, why is it that Cruella sent him to? Is it because she is a Cruella, or is it because she's a good mom, or I'm just wondering, how does this come to finding Sebastian? It's just setting the stage for the behavior, for
Mhm.
the narrative of who Christopher Proudfoot and his mother and them really are. His dad still lives in Madison. I mean, and I'm not hating on Madison. I'm all good with it.
No,
But
there's no hate from me either. I was just surprised, especially with him talking, "Oh, we don't do the rap music," acting like he's
yeah,
above rap music. I'm like, "Wait, what? What?" Like, and then you see the school he went to is like, "Okay, well, what's up with that?"
I mean, I would have hung out. I love rap music. I would have hung out in the projects all the time. They were my people. I mean, we were cool. They had my back. I had their back. It was all good. I mean, it was great. It was gravy. But I just wonder because Chris is not, he's now all about the white boy and the white supremacist and having
Mhm.
white boy, this white boy theme going on with him. I mean, is the racist, I mean, it's like, wow. I mean, can we not be slapped in the face with it and you not see it? Are you not understanding it? Are you not getting it? He is racist.
Big
I don't
time.
get down with racist people, man. I got people of all colors in my family. I love all people. I think it takes us all to make the world go round. I'm not a
Yeah, it
white
does.
supremacist. I'm white. I'm freaking Irish, dude. I'm like red hair, freckles, everything. I'm not with the racists, though. I mean, I'm empathetic and loving everybody, but we can see that the Christopher. I mean, for some reason, this white boy image is in his name on YouTube. He's a white boy, and he
Yeah.
graduated from a mostly black school, Hunter's Lane. So it makes you wonder why it is
Yeah.
that he is so racist now. Is it because of the high school? Is it because he was bullied and now he's a bully? I don't know. Makes you wonder.
Well, it does, and then also the camaraderie that comes with being in the military, you better have the person's back next to you, whether they're a Martian. So, I mean, I mean, that's crazy to me that he doesn't look at people as people and he makes this distinction. And I know Columbine was a big, slap in the face because it doesn't happen in like the quote unquote white schools, right? But I mean, like when I was young, that's why my parents put me in parochial school because I was about to go to middle school with metal detectors before you get in the building, right? So that's scary. You don't want to get shot at school. It was that kind of environment, right? But I was also raised that people are people, and you have friends. Whether it doesn't, so it's weird that he doesn't have old friends from high school. He must have really been a loner. Is what I'm trying, what I'm gathering from this.
I mean, it just makes me wonder why it is that he is so again. I mean, if you've got white boy, I don't have white girl, white girl. And then he's got his
Exactly.
posse that is white boy, right? Don't you know who white boy is, right?
Oh my gosh, he's got the supremacist tattoos on him, and he was like, coming after me, and I'm like, "Oh God." Talking about, "Oh, you with your big lips," and we all know what comes with that connotation. And the way that it's just a blind hatred just because of somebody's skin color, and it's very disgusting. And then you have Chris who backs that up, like you said. And then we find out that he went to this school, and I'm thinking to myself, maybe that's why. But then in the same way, I'm thinking, did you not have any friends?
I mean, is that why he treats Nina the way that he does because she's Native American? I mean, has he been with a black girl? It's
Oh,
okay, Chris, if you have. It's okay. We ain't hating on you, buddy. It's okay.
exactly,
I mean, make
exactly.
share the love, honey. Share the love. We ain't hating
Yep,
on
but
you if
he's
you have been with
embarrassed.
if somebody else is not your race. Ugh,
Right,
come on
right.
now. Grow
And to
up.
have a biracial child, as well as it blows my mind. It blows my mind.
Hey, Joni, you cute thing.
Aw, hey, Joni. Yeah, so that's weird, right, Jen? Because when I figured that out, I go, "Oh, I gotta ask Jen if she knows about this school." I get because up until then, he didn't wanna tell Terry Lynn that he went to Hunter's Lane. She asked him flat out, and he goes, "Oh, yeah, I didn't go to beach." He just said he didn't go to beach. Well, he must be embarrassed of his high school where he went. Because I'm proud of the high school I went to. I'm proud of all the schools I've gone to. I'll tell anybody, any of that. But yeah,
I think Nina's testimony is the most heartbreaking thing I've ever heard. The way that they treated her. I mean, I can't forget it. I can't forget it. And anybody that co-signs that type of behavior to a woman and her kids, I mean, her own children that are not Chris's. And he, the way that she described the way that he treated them, the abuse. I don't understand how anybody, any judge could give him a right to see any kid, be around any kid. And that's just me, you
exactly.
know?
Exactly. I don't see it either, and especially with that background, knowing that she is even Native American also, because I think Nina said she's Native American as well, and Mexican.
Benefits,
Um,
yes. That was the benefits. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, that Chris just uses people. He was getting married to get the benefits. Yep, in my opinion.
oh yeah.
My opinion,
Yeah.
it happens a lot. I mean, you hear about the stories and it happens every day, all the time. Trying to get the benefits, benefits, benefits. What can you do? And he's a canaver. I mean, you know,
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. He's a hustler. It shows by where he goes, the places that he goes to gain popularity and notoriety and never talk about Sebastian. It just shows where, his values lie.
I
It
see.
really
Okay,
does.
so Holly, with what I do, it's different. It's not the norm. But Holly, I definitely see. I see that sweet baby all the time. I see her, and she does have a hard time. I hope and pray for Nina that she can protect her from any type of. I don't think that Chris and his family would ever. I think that they look at her different, and I think that they treat her different. I think that Faith is more of a little
Trophy.
princess. She gets a lot more uh special treatment, but I don't think that if you were to ever ask me if you were to ever go at it with the other parent and break her up from her mother and her siblings, that would be a good idea for her. I think that anything and everything that she would want, she deserves. But Faith is she's got siblings, she's got a mother, she's got grandparents, and I think that that is her happiness, her peace is the most important, and I just don't think I don't know that Chris and his parents would are putting her first, are
Right.
really putting her first because the behavior around the children your behavior around children says a lot to me. And if you're all about yourself and what you want and what you think and you're not thinking about the kid and you're creating a lot of emotional trauma, you're loving her to death, not to life. And you suck and you need to be away from her. That's pretty much the way I'm looking at it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I think that they treat her like chattel, like she's property. and they use her as a pawn. I don't. I just don't think it's a healthy um, relationship on that side of the family. And I think you're right. I think that, when she's with her mom, her siblings, she can be herself. She's very culturally involved. Nina's very good about that, involving her in like the, authentic dances. And I've seen her in these
Right.
dresses. She's just so cute, I mean, I'm just
So
like, oh, look at
Sandwich,
her.
Sandwich,
Yeah.
Sandwich says B Socks tried to assist in kidnapping the newborn. Can you highlight that for a second? I wanna
Oh,
comment on that.
yeah.
And so
Yeah.
if we just focus on the key word, there's a key word in what she is saying here, and that is kidnapping. There are parental kidnappings all the time.
All the
There
time.
are parents that unalive their kids all the time. That's pretty much what we're facing right now as a collective within the chatter of the community with Sebastian Rogers' case, and that is, did they kidnapping? Did she off him and take him somewhere and throw him in a dumpster? Do they kidnapping and take him somewhere else? I think that kidnapping is definitely a key word here. A kidnapping. I like that. Kidnapping.
A
Not even
kidnapping,
kidnapping,
right?
a
Yep, a
kidnapping.
darn kidnapping.
Kidnapping. That's what I'm saying. A kidnapping. Was there a kidnapping? I think that there was. I think that, Sebastian may have been forced. I don't know. Or did he sacrifice himself and not take any shoes and just be like, fuck it, I'm gone. I'm down. I'm done. I'm not even going over there with shoes on. I don't know. There's so many which ways that this could go. And I mean, there's no crystal ball. We don't know. We're not God. We don't know the end game here, but we're all trying to play the end game. We're just talking about it. We're having a conversation. It's like, okay, this little boy looks like Seth and probably acts like Seth. And it probably irritates the shit out of Katie, even though she loves him. And she's like, no, you ain't going to stay with your dad. You're going here. I've got you. You're going here. He can't
Right,
decide. He wants to do this. He wants to do that. No, I'm making the decision. I'm your mama. It's where you going.
right.
You ain't gonna have your
It did
phone.
appear she was having
You're
that
not gonna have your phone,
conversation.
Sebastian. You're not gonna have any devices. You're not gonna have your phone. You're not gonna be able to call.
Yep, yep. Shut
I love
everything
you,
down.
but this is best for you. This is best for you. And there's an intervention that's happening right now, and this is what's happening. We don't know that that didn't happen.
No, we don't. We don't.
I
We
hope to
don't.
God it did. I hope to God it did. I hope to God it did. That's exactly how it happened.
I
I've
can
got
see
hot
it
spots
being
for him
logical.
alive. I've got hot spots for him alive and deceased. I hope to God that this is what happened.
Yeah,
He is a beautiful child, a beautiful teenager. He had his whole life ahead of him. Where is he? Is he still with
exactly.
us? Is he still with us? I think he is.
I mean,
I
I
don't
have both on my radar.
Chris
I
is
will
such
never
I mean,
say
Chris is his past is really bad
yeah,
with kids. And that's
really
what
bad.
hurts me the most, yeah. But could he have been so bad that he didn't hurt him, but he sent him away and was co-signing and trying to push that narrative where he needed to be sent away?
Oh yeah, I think he would back up Katie with whatever. I mean, he's really proven that unless, but I also think that he does that because he's got guilty knowledge and involvement. Otherwise, I can't see him putting himself through this either. Because he could just skip out any time. They don't have kids together. They don't have anything together besides a house. right? So I mean, what's making Chris
Right,
stick
I get that
around?
magic star. I think about that too. Let's bring up some of these theories and let's talk them through. Like Magic Star says, the only scenario, yeah, yeah, read that, Mom,
Yeah,
Lady Freedom.
yeah. So the only scenario I can personally imagine where Sebastian ran away without his shoes is Katie continuing her seemingly hostile behavior back at the house, only with either escalating anger or threats of punishment from CP, for example. And he
So
didn't get
let's
to go bowling that day, right? He was upset about that, or he would have been. We could
Yeah,
at least
he
say,
would have definitely been upset about that. I mean, Seth feels like that, and Seth knows him, so yes, I'm going with Seth.
yeah,
That's what he thinks, and he knows his son. I don't know Sebastian, so he says, yeah, he would have been upset about that. He was excited about it. He was looking forward to it, and he didn't get to do it. He would have been upset
right.
about that. Could his behavior have been off? Could he and his mom been having conversations about that at dinner? Could that have been could that have been the strife that we're seeing? Is that, sadness and pain coming off of him of not being able to bowl? But he doesn't appear to be mean or crude or having an attitude. He was so sweet.
I
He just looks so
know.
sweet. Like, I just wanna talk to him and ask him about his day and talk to him, and it kinda looks like she's talking to him. But the way that she is eating and she's putting the food in her mouth and she's taking it out, it's like, I don't I don't think that there is any it doesn't feel off to me. I know that you feel that way. It
Mhm,
just
mhm.
doesn't for me, it doesn't feel like she's talking to him about things. She's the way that she's eating is kind of like she's the queen bee
Yeah,
too, but he's shaking his head. He's not he's not looking like he's mad. He's not looking like he's sad. He's just kind of there, like, okay, all right. Like, my kids would be like, shut the fuck, I'm over you talking. Like, can we leave already? He looks like he's cold to me. He looks like, he's putting his hands in his pocket. He looks like he's cold, like he's uncomfortable. Like, there's a lot of noise. It's cold. I'm ready to go. That kind of thing. Like, I'm really not with this. You eating with you, mom. Is this a show? Why are we eating here? Because Jeff has asked this, and I think that this is the most important question when we look at the Texas Roadhouse video is this a normal weekend? Chris kind of danced around that question because Katie ain't gonna answer it. He kind of danced around this question when he went to answer it, and it is this normal? Was this a normal weekend? Did they
right,
go they were gonna bowl and they were gonna go out to eat and they were gonna take this friends? He's like, well, it's kind of a weekend, you're working all week and then, the weekend you're just kinda doing your thing. Okay. Maybe Katie should talk more. Maybe that's what the collective is missing at this point because he talks way too fucking much and we need to hear from the mother. The mother
right.
of Sebastian Rogers. Where is she? Can you speak up? Can you get a spine? Can you talk? Can you show some emotion? Can you talk to the public? Because we are so invested in your son's case. Can you be
Right.
productive? Can you be protect? I mean, is there any way?
I know, and that's what's scary is that she has talked about him in past tense, like with the birthday comment. He would have turned and then she goes, "Oh shit." I mean, right there on the camera, she goes, "Oh shit." And then she breathes in like Duchess told her to do and breathes out and then she says he turned, 6 or excuse me, 16. That yeah, it was 16, sorry. Um, I mean, so like I get that mountain man swag. I mean, that's what worries me and Chris's, history with abusing children in my opinion. And we know that Katie was in trouble for that. with CPS. It wasn't her that they were particularly calling on. What it was the abuse that Sebastian was suffering from Chris, and Katie was co-signing, like Jenn says, on it and saying, "Yep, that's fine. That's just fine." And the state got involved, and they're saying, "No, ma'am, you cannot do that. You cannot let this man treat your son this way." And Katie continued it, and then they had him leave and take a job out of town, in my opinion. And then all of a sudden, poof, Sebastian's just vanished. You know, it's insane because she absolutely chose her husband and co-signed and let this happen, and even the state of Tennessee wasn't okay with it.
I mean, the state, maybe that's where we need to focus attention on as the state.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just so difficult. And then you have that involvement, just having that involvement and knowing that the teachers, there was things that he was telling teachers, things he's telling his, paternal grandma, um, you know, uh, seemingly doesn't want to tell Seth because he knows that Seth's going to handle business, but he doesn't want to cause any trouble. But yeah, I believe that's why Chris took a job out of town. I think he took the job that way they can say, well, he's not in the house. We've diffused the situation. Please don't take Sebastian from me. This is Katie. And I don't know. They didn't seem to be telling CPS that Seth was, even existed, let alone, a co-parent, an active co-parent with 50-50 custody. That was a major ball drop on the part of the state of Tennessee, not involving the child's biological father, who was very active, who is very much a part of raising Sebastian. It's like that's another raw deal that Seth has had to deal with, and a trust has been lost from CPS, and government agencies. I can see how that trust would have been trampled on by the decisions that these people didn't look into if Sebastian had a father, even. So that's a big part of it, because that Sebastian should have never had to carry that load on him of his dad not knowing what was happening to him. And if anybody thinks that Sebastian wasn't carrying that, they're crazy. Like Jenn says, he's so intuitive. I mean, I don't know him either, but I could guess that he was carrying a heavy burden, having that on his shoulders.
I
And the
think so
state should
too.
have said something. Jenn, they should have said, Mr. Rogers, this is what's happening, and Sebastian might have been saved.
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to blame people that didn't have anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, but again, we do have to look at these things, you know? So,
I mean, we need to be open to all theories and not be dead set on one. And we just need to look at it from all perspectives, see what is the end game here? What's the end game? What is the
yeah,
end game here with Sebastian? How is this gonna end? It's gonna have to end. And it needs to do it like yesterday.
right. And Katie holds the key. I mean, I can't, stress that enough. And that's not my own theory. That's coming from an expert. Their opinion, their expert opinion is that Katie holds the key to finding Sebastian, and that's just how it is. I mean, there's no one can argue that, not even that side of the aisle. And again, like I said, that whole thing, that performative, crazy fiasco last year with Elevated Goof, and him saying, everybody's been lied to, and da 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 da. Well, and then he never finished talking. And then the next big time that I hear that he comes out talking again, not showing any proof or anything. He's talking about how he's asking about a disgusting situation that I don't even know where his brain got that from. Talking about Sebastian and Katie having a relationship or something nasty like that. I mean, just it's wild. And again, this is their people doing that.
I'm
You
looking
know,
for a
so
comment. There was a comment that I wanted you to highlight. I'm looking for it. Dang it. Where's it at?
who said it? Who did it? No.
Who did it? Who did it? Let's see. Something about dang it. I can't find it.
Mountain Man wants to know about the CPS cases. If Sebastian comes home at 18, would they be able to make those public? CPS, and this is my opinion, I don't think that they would allow for that because they don't ever want to be held accountable, because if people really was to take the focus off of other creators and what Nick is doing and what he's not doing, what Dog is doing, what they're not, all of these other things that don't matter, they it would turn up that there was many children that fell through the cracks under their watch, and they don't want that. They do not want it. They will never be held accountable, in my opinion. And the only way that a parent in Tennessee, according to Google, can get those records is if they obtain a lawyer, and then the lawyer will get those papers from CPS, but they're never allowed to share them with anyone. They're highly confidential, closed off records that if we all saw them, we would absolutely shit ourselves, and we would be going crazy because they've let all of these children fall through the cracks on their watch. And Sebastian in particular, we're talking about him, he's missing, so those will never be able to come out. No, I don't think they would ever be able to come out without Seth getting in trouble for sharing them, you know. And I think he might have been threatened too, Brenda. I think that's a good,
Yes,
comment
girl,
as
I
well.
was just looking at that. I was
Is
just
it
gonna
that one?
ask you to pull that. Yes.
Oh, good. I just
Because
scrolled up.
oh my God, girl, yes. This is what okay, so this is what I was thinking. Like if he is telling Seth, you won't ever open your mouth again.
Mm,
If you tell it, you won't ever open your mouth again. That's a pretty bold statement, buds.
yeah.
If somebody were to come at me and tell me that I would never open my mouth again, I'd be on their doorstep probably. I'd be wanting to know I'd be wanting to really get down deep and why you gonna say that. And I've
Oh,
got a missing
absolutely.
child, and you are the step parent of my missing kid. And you're gonna talk about my mouth never being
Yeah.
open again? Um, we need to communicate in a
Well, and
big
did
way.
Heather,
In a big way, because my kid is involved and you're talking stuff like that.
I know, and Heather never, I
Yeah,
mean, did she never turn
girl,
that into the
no.
authorities? You know,
Did he tell
we all heard
Sebastian
it.
that too? Did he tell Sebastian that you won't ever open your mouth again? Was he bullying him? Girl, I will put my foot on his neck so hard. Don't be bullying these babies. That is a
Exactly.
boy, is a jealous boy, an insecure boy. Don't let me find out. This
Exactly.
kid, Sebastian Rogers, he was 15. He's now 17. We're praying that he is still alive and that Chris and Katie haven't conjured up some kind of stupid shit. They don't appear to be killers. They appear to know something, and they're conniving, and they're obnoxious with their
Good
knowing.
word.
They're
Yep.
obnoxious. They're like, you know,
Yep.
wish you could know, but he's yeah, you think that we did that, fuck you. We didn't do that to our kid. Okay, maybe so, but he's still, I mean, we're only going on behavior that we've seen. I mean,
Right.
I mean, we're only going on behavior. That's the only thing that we have as evidence with these parents is their behavior and what we've seen. For all them crazy asses, them thousands of people, the consensus would say that it's a game. It's a show with Chris and Katie, Cluminati, and Queen Bee, and B Tim,
Right.
Brittany J. Where's Sebastian? Oh, he's lost. Where he's
Right.
always been. He's always been on the back burner, and he's still on the back burner. It's up to we the people. It's up to us to bring him onto the front burner and say, you know what? Fuck y'all. He is coming to the front burner. Y'all can kiss our ass. We're going to focus on him. But I mean, the majority of the people need to be in a consensus of that for it to really
Yeah.
be, and it's sad that so many people would rather have the drama than actually doing the great work of putting flyers out and talking to people.
Well, and that's so well said, Jen. And another thing, I mean, it just goes back to the people that really could be bringing Sebastian to the forefront and really should be bringing him to the forefront on this very important occasion that he's been missing for 2 years. It's way too long, and they could be the ones that are out there spreading the awareness, passing out the flyer. If you can't be there to support Seth, please pass out that flyer and tell everybody about it. So that way people are aware and they can make the choice whether they want to come and support him or whether they want to share that flyer again but do something. I don't think it's correct to have Nick talking about other issues that are, really none of our business. I mean, it's
This is the
litigation.
way I see it,
Um,
Lady Freedom. I just I want to put this, I got to put this out there. Okay. In
yeah.
my community, in mine and Jeff's community, when we go to the grocery store, we want to see Sebastian's face on our community grocery store. We want to see his
Yeah.
sign when we're traveling back and forth to Nashville or traveling back and forth to Clarksville. And so if we don't have signs, if we don't have flyers, then we feel like we're not doing our part. And so here is where the laziness
Mhm.
has got to be confronted. Okay. And I'm going to call all y'all out that have not done this. I love you to life. I don't hate you. I'm not mad at you. I'm just
Right.
asking you to do better. Okay.
Please.
If you are
Please.
going to your grocery store, if you are going to your local places and you don't see Sebastian Rogers, you are a part of the problem, not a part of the solution. Love you. I don't
True.
want to be that person, but I have to be. I'm
No, and
gonna
I
love
think
you to
that's
life, and
valid.
I still love you. Help me. All I'm asking is for you to help me and to help Sebastian
Absolutely.
and to love Sebastian to life and to really truly be a part of a great something so much better than yourself, where you can take a flyer and you can post it. How do I get flyers? Go to the FBI flyer website. Go to your go to Staples. They'll print some flyers out. You've got to put some
Hmm.
action where your mouth is. Oh, I believe this and I believe that. Well, you got all kinds of things to say. But what you got to do, where is your action? And that's where I'm calling y'all out. I love
Yeah, it
you.
is a call to action. It's a call to action, right? It's like everybody come out and support, even if you come for 10 minutes, even if you come, but I think it's just expected by people who have all the money in the world at their disposal to, and if they're willing to, um, stir the pot, it's just more important to be there and to be present physically there than it is to do any of that. So,
That's what
yeah, I just
Seth
have
has
a
been
problem with it.
advocating since day one. Seth has been advocating since day one to do that. Tony
Yeah.
has been advocating for Seth and all of us to do that. Where
Oh,
you
yeah.
are, where you are. If you are not seeing Sebastian's flyer, if you are not seeing his signs, if you are not seeing that there are obvious signs that he is missing, and you are invested and you say that you are emotionally invested and that you love Sebastian and you want him found and all this, put the action where your mouth is. I need you to be a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. We need people to be a part of the solution. And I think that
Yep.
that is where there is a call to action, Lady Freedom. And we've been talking about
Yep.
this. You and I have been talking about this. I mean, it's just, I mean, when are we going to be a part of that solution?
Yeah. Because it's there. There is a solution, and that's finding Sebastian. But people, if people don't know about him, then we're not doing good enough.
Right.
If we don't see the
The
signs.
all be all, oh, I'm just not going to do that. He's gone. Okay. Well, you're going to feel like fucking stupid shit if he is found right by where you live. Okay. You're going to feel
Right.
stupid, absolutely dumb because you didn't do your part. You was too busy being a part of the drama of the
Yep.
problem and not a part of the
Negativity.
solution.
Yep. Yep, it's all negative. It's all, it just to say that we know better than, anybody. Only God knows where Sebastian is, but make no mistake about it, he will show where he is. I believe that. I think that we're going to find Sebastian. I don't just say that. I believe that. I believe that we will find Sebastian. I just don't know where we're going to find him, or how we're going to find him. But for somebody to close off their way of thinking completely, like you said, you know, I would rather be safe than sorry, and to put out those flyers, that's the best thing we can do.
Joni said, I got Will Cox, Arizona covered. We appreciate you, babe.
Oh, great, Joni. Thank you. And everybody that wears Sebastian's you know, hoodie, that's awareness.
That's awareness. That is doing your part. We can all do our part in so many different ways. Yes. Be a walking billboard.
That's
Where
right.
is the we need to throw out the link for the
Yeah, I'll put the link.
okay.
Yeah, let me go to Seth's. Yeah, and I mean that's the most important thing that we can do. Um, and it doesn't take anything besides putting on clothes, and we got to do that anyway. So, the shirts are really comfortable.
Sandwich says she's
Well
got
put together.
Glendale. I got Glendale. Okay.
Oh,
Okay. I
great.
got Glendale, yes.
There we go. And that's what
Brenda
we need to
says,
be
Jen,
focused
why do you
on.
think more locals are not getting involved? Are they scared? Have they received any threats? I'm really curious. I was so glad you were there supporting Seth at the 18 months. Yeah, I mean, me and Jeff have
Mhm.
been trying to do what we can do, babe. I mean, it ain't easy being cheesy over here sometimes because it does at times feel really cheesy because, I mean, people aren't vibing with what we're vibing with, locally. And
Right.
it's just, but I think that there are going to be shifts. You're going to see shifts. And I'm hopeful, man. I'm so hopeful that things will start going better for Seth and finding Sebastian because I'm praying for him to keep, just keep going. Y'all,
Absolutely.
we
Well, and
can't
I think
imagine.
Faye
We
has a
just
big
can't
piece to the
imagine. Just
puzzle.
keep going, Seth. Every day that he can get up, that he can be humorous, that he can find joy, that he can find peace. dude, that's all I'm praying for. And with
Yeah,
all these missing parents that have kids that are missing, I mean, they're God, y'all. I mean, like I said, those of us that have kids that have died, as tragic and as heartbreaking, as crazy awakening it's been. These
oh
parents,
yeah,
I think that if we could find the worst of the worst for me, and that's why I started pouring my heart and soul into missing, because I know what it feels like. It's so tragic and so traumatizing, so awakening. It's just so great of a pain when you watch a child take their last breath.
gosh, Jen.
If you don't have the closure and you don't know and you can't know the ending of what happened, that's the worst for me. I want to know. I want to know every freaking detail. And when I think about Seth, I think that he's the same way, but he's scared. I think he thinks of all kinds of things. I think that he doesn't sleep well. I think that I feel really bad for him. I think me and Jeff have empathy and sympathy and just want to know for him, good or bad, whatever. How many hours that you've been on the case? It doesn't matter. Seth
No,
is just like,
God.
please, just where's my son? What happened? I need to know. And he doesn't want people to be so dogmatic and so set in their ways that he's gone. Can you have
Mhm.
a little bit of hope? Because the only hope that he has is that Katie did or, or Chris, they decided together that they were just going to send him away and just be done with Seth's decisions or what have you. And then it led to they shouldn't have called him a missing. Maybe they made
Right.
mistakes. Maybe they didn't play the tape all the way through. Maybe they were just caught in the moment and that maybe they were just, high. I don't know, dude. I mean, I don't know what it all is about, but like we just want him found. Whoever, however, even if it's SF, as bad as I can't fucking stand that motherfucker. Excuse my
Right.
language, but I mean, we're all adults here. It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, I don't care who finds Sebastian as long as he's found. Um, I mean, and again, we could all do so much better to work together even if we don't agree. There might be things that I have or haven't considered that SF could say and I could think, "Oh, okay." But, it just seems like he likes to put out, things that are not authentic or honest. So I do have a problem with that. But yeah, if he's out in the field and he's looking and he finds something that leads us to Sebastian or anything, I'm up for it. That's why,
Well,
I
yeah, I
will
mean,
look into it.
if you
I
or
will.
I were to bring to each other facts and say, "This is the facts. This is what I think," and I'm bringing you some facts that you can't deny. I mean, of course, we're going to be like, "Okay, you've changed my mind." But I mean,
Right.
until then, we can have our own mind, guys. Me and Lady Freedom, we can have our own minds and we love each other enough to talk to each other about it, consult, play it through, talk it out. We have to have conversations, even if they're tough, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what I love about you, Jen, because if you think something different from me, you don't hold it against me, or you instead will give me reasons why you hold the position that you hold, and I appreciate and respect that because if you weren't being honest with me, we wouldn't be able to get down to the facts. Like even if we don't like them, or even if I say, "Man, Jen, you really got me on that. You're right." Turns out you were absolutely right. I would hate for, you know, a missed opportunity, or just because we don't agree, we just don't talk it out anymore. Well, we won't talk about that, but we need to, because at this point we just have to find Sebastian. And I can't imagine, what you've gone through, Jen, and just for you to be so fierce in protecting Sebastian and Seth. Like, for me, I respect that in you, um because it's coming from a place where you understand to a certain degree, um what Seth is going through, even though you didn't, I mean, obviously circumstances are a little bit different, but that doesn't matter. Like you said, it comes down
Okay,
to
so
being a parent,
let me say
you know?
this. This is where me and Tony find common ground. Tony
Mhm.
and I find common ground, and I respect him, and I think that he respects me. He calls me his sister, and that's big. Don't call me your sister and not be about it. And
Right.
I think that I've told Tony that. I think he respects that about me. I think that there are certain things that we respect each other about. We find common ground, and that's protecting Seth. Because Seth is, no matter what you think about him, no matter how common, how crazy, how funny, how crossing the boundaries that he could be, I mean, he is so harmless. And he's very genuine, intuitive, he is genuinely wanting to know what happened to Sebastian or where he's at. And I think if we could just find common ground, all of us, and be adults and not be trauma, and just grifting off I mean, I know we got to pay our bills. I get it. But there can be better ways. We can do better. I think that
Yeah.
humanity can just do so much better when it comes to trying to make a dollar on the YouTube streets. Instead of being so dramatic, let's come together with, I mean, I need to see people coming together for humanity's sake. I mean, I'm really getting down about it to see how
Yeah.
many people are just not with the facts, more with the drama. It's disheartening so bad.
Yeah, it breaks my heart to see it, and especially when it's brought into uh our community, where we've been working together this long, and then all of a sudden, the 2-year mark, all of a sudden there's this drama being conjured up that doesn't have anything to do whatsoever with Sebastian. Nothing to do with him. And I'm just always going to be aware of that, and if it happens on either side of the aisle, I'm going to stand up and say, you know what, this isn't right. And we do need to understand that, you know um the people that Chris and Katie have gone to are Krama, but they've also given them information that we don't have. So if we completely close ourselves off,
Right. What you said, we gotta be grateful for it too. I mean, in the darkness comes light.
yes, yes, it always does. It always does. Um, Whether people try to hide it or not, it just always comes out, and um, we've seen that happening little by little, right? And even with someone like Nerdy Addict, for example, I kind of look at him as being a little bit in the middle of things, right? Like in the middle of how he feels about Chris, Katie, Seth, new to the case, right? Just started talking about it a few months ago. Um, did spread flyers out, but I also know that some of the things that he's been told aren't true, but he did have a conversation with Chris. So I find value with that. And I know a lot of people aren't a big fan of his, but I also respect when somebody comes out and shows us receipts. And he did that. So, I mean, I'm just very open to
I'm with you, babe.
listening.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
with you, honey. I think that critical thinking, being open, looking at all angles is I think it's smart. I think it's responsible. I mean, you
Yeah.
know, I think that's what you should be doing, babe.
Yeah, because I know people are like, oh gosh, Lady Freedom's over there sharing stuff out of somebody else. But the thing is, or somebody that we don't particularly like, but I think it's more valuable than, what Nick's doing, talking about how he's smoking with B Tim and Queen B, for example. I mean, for me to go off and
Dude is
share out
shameful.
somebody.
That's just shameful. I mean,
Yeah, it's
I'm
different,
I'm
right? It's
I'm I'm
different.
I'm ashamed that he would be trying to represent Sebastian or Seth
Mm.
behaving like he is behaving. Just keep your childish bullshit somewhere else, away from Sebastian, okay?
Right. Exactly.
Any of y'all, you Chris, Queen Bee, Clue, all y'all, you drama motherfuckers that's got some shit to say, keep your names, keep all that away from Sebastian. He deserves better.
Please.
While he's missing,
Exactly.
he is going to be honored and protected. Y'all keep your shit somewhere else. Okay?
Yeah, and I agree, Jen,
Point
and
blank,
for Nick.
period. Point blank, period.
Exactly. Uh, for Nick to go over to a channel where there was just the two of them making fun of our efforts for this 2-year anniversary, I want people to let that sink in for a minute. Because I'm sure they're more popular than me. I'm sure you like them better than me. But just let it sink in for 1 minute that they're supposed to be representing Sebastian and Seth, and and Nick is over there doing that. That's where he's choosing to put his efforts and time towards, when it's the 2-year anniversary and little channels like mine and Jen's are just trying to push this information out. Please support Seth, please support Sebastian, please, we need you guys to, be there with us, focus on that, please. And yet we have Nick taking it in a completely different direction, and not only just taking it in a completely different direction, he's um playing grab ass and smoochy boot with these channels that are making fun of our efforts. I'm not okay with that. I'm not going to sit there and he and think that that's cute. Sorry, and I hate to keep bringing it up, but it's it's all part of what we're discussing, in my opinion.
Yeah, sandwich. He ain't even a factor. He's irrelevant. Dude is irrelevant. He's irrelevant. I don't even want to waste my time with his cheesy ass.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. Yep.
You a marketing dude. You a marketing dude. If you wanna help channels grow, give them a good intro like you got going on. You wanna do some Hollywood stuff like that. That's cool. But earn your money right. Don't be a fraud. Don't be fake. I mean, there's
Yeah.
enough fake in this world. Okay, I can smell it a mile away, and you stink like a skunk.
Yep. And he's got how many followers? How many subscribers on any given channel or social media platform, and he's choosing to share out that content on TikTok and not share. I went and looked, and he does not have the gathering of voices. He's not sharing that. Is
Where's
that, I mean,
Sebastian? Where's Sebastian? That's at the end of where is at the end of every day, at the beginning of every day, at the middle of every day, where is Sebastian? Where is he? That is all that matters. How can we find Sebastian? Where is the end game, guys? Can we put out flyers? Yes. Can we put out signs? Yes. Can we do our part? Yes. Are you? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are you being a part of the solution? Yes or no? That's all we need to know at this point. This is a call for action, right, Lady Freedom?
Yeah, and I mean, people have known about it, Jen, for a while now. I mean, Betty started putting it out there that she was going to be planning something. Heaven forbid we haven't found Sebastian at the 2 year mark, and here we are. And I think that that's so important to spread that message of awareness and love and hope than it is to cause a completely different, like you said, sideshow and try to get sorry, clicks and views off of it. And then like I said, you're partnering with a channel who has been nothing but abusive, in my opinion, to everyone, myself included, but especially Seth. Because at the end of the day, whatever, it's part of being a YouTuber that you have these trolls and stuff, but Seth doesn't deserve it. Neither does
Right, and I
Sebastian.
just wanna say, I don't represent I do not represent Seth Rogers, okay? I'm my own person with my own views, and me and Seth disagree all the time, so don't take my word as being a representative of this dude, okay, of Seth, of the father of Sebastian. Don't take my word. I wanna make sure that everybody understands, like, don't take I am my own person, and thank God Seth Rogers likes me to be in my own person, even though we don't agree on a lot of things, politically, religious. I mean, but he accepts my authentic self, and that makes me think and have compassion that if he treats me that way and he treats other people that way, I can see it in him that he's going to treat Sebastian that way. That he honors Sebastian's authentic self, and he tries to do what he can to be there for his authentic self. Sebastian, I mean,
That's so well said, Jen. So well said. And then we see the opposite when it comes to Chris Proudfoot, the intolerance, the racism, the disrespect towards people for their own choices. Um, yeah, it's night and day. And I'm grateful that Seth has someone like you that does stand up for him. And Jeff, I mean, every time I see Jeff with that sign, I could just cry, you know?
I was gonna say, I mean, Jeff is a man. He's too busy working every day to even comprehend all the drama that goes on.
Mm,
He doesn't even know. Like, he has no idea. He supports me and my efforts of advocating for the missing and looking for the missing and talking about, the things that I enjoy, solar weather, earthquakes. I mean, looking at the markets and, just different things of the world events and the missing kids I'm working on or missing persons cases that I'm working on. It's just, or that I'm mapping. But Jeff is, I mean, he's such a great support, but he's not about the drama. He's a man. He goes out, he works, he
right.
does what he needs to do, he takes care of us, helps to take care of us, and, he can build a house. He's very smart, he's intuitive, he's a beautiful person inside and out. Does he have his faults? Of course. Has he been through some shit? Yes.
Yeah, who hasn't though?
He
Yeah.
loves crazy
Yeah.
women. He absolutely
Aw.
loves crazy women. I'm just he's told me though, he's like, "But you're a different kind of crazy. You're a different kind of
Right?
crazy." And I love that,
Interesting though.
I love
Yeah.
that he loves my craziness, and that's all I can hope for. He knows that, I go to stay at my ex-husband's house every other week. I mean, every week. I go to spend time with my granddaughter. I mean, he comes there and he stays the night too. I mean, we're a big old happy family. We're not
Yeah.
hating, dramatizing and trying to pit one against the other. I mean, we're grown folk over here, and we
Right.
we
There's
sit
a
at the
big
grown folk
difference,
table.
isn't there?
Yeah, and Seth is at the grown folk table, okay?
Right.
We are at the grown folk. If people can't come to our table and be grown, they're not welcome, and Seth is welcome. That's a big thing for me and Jeff.
Yeah.
Don't try to slap us in the face and act like we're fucking stupid. Seth is very much a part of wanting to know where his son is. Losing sleep. Y'all don't even know. Just put yourself in the position, then you would know. If you put yourself in the shoe for just 1 minute.
Right. And poor Seth, I mean, he just goes and goes, you know?
I'm a Pisces girl. I'm a Pisces, but my moon is critical in Cancer. And so that is where Seth rises. Seth rises with my critical moon, where I'm emotional about his life path, his family, his home, his emotions, his intuition. Seth is freaking dynamic. You ain't going to get much over on him. And I don't
He
think
sees
that you
through it,
would.
right?
Little mini Seth, Sebastian you ain't gonna get much over on him either. He's very intuitive. He already knows what you're thinking. He can sense you, he understands you, and his behavior is going to bounce off of how you're treating him, how he's thinking, just like with Melissa that day. I don't like the way that she was talking to him.
Right.
Yeah, I don't like it at all. She would never talk to my kid that way,
No,
ever.
and just bullying behavior, you know?
Just her tone. It's just her tone. Her tone. You would
Yeah.
never talk to my kid like that with that tone. I read into
No.
that. I'm sensitive. I'm very sensitive. You would never talk to my kid like that with that tone, honey.
Exactly. And I
Sebastian.
mean,
Shut up, girl. Stop your whining. Why are you talking to my kid that
mhm,
way?
I know. No, I could never do it. No, Mm-mm. No way.
Yeah,
And putting the
Melissa's
camera in
mean.
his face when
You
he's
can already
upset.
tell Melissa is mean. She's mean. And,
Yep.
when I met Sebastian, the lowest point that he has that was in transit during the time that he allegedly took the trash out, it was going toward Melissa's home. And I think that there's something there with Melissa and his lowest point in the way that she treats him. I don't like her. I don't like her tone. I don't like how she represents or her brother, just the whole fam. I don't like it. I get a weird vibe. I get a sad vibe when it comes to
Definitely.
Melissa. I don't like her. And that's my opinion. I don't have to like you, girl.
Well, she just seems very much like a bully in my opinion. You know, and cruel. I think that's a good word, Liberty, cruel. Um,
Yeah, cruel. Yeah, she would never talk to my kids that way, ever.
I'm amazed by the fact that she was so proud of herself that she recorded every bit of that. Um, I mean, to just it's so egotistical, right? Like she just thinks that she is, you know, doing something that's so funny and she just loves, hurting Sebastian and you could see it. And as a mom, no way. I would never ever allow for that. I just couldn't. I couldn't be okay with any of that treatment. And also, I would have told her, probably not even so nicely, but like to get the camera out of his face. He's upset right now. He's coming to me and talking to me because he's upset. So let him, get the hell, scram, get out of here. What are you doing?
I think about like me and my ex-husband and when we were raising our kids separately, co-parenting, and there's some things that my ex-husband wouldn't know about, unless my kids told him. And so it wouldn't and I mean, my kids went to his house every other weekend. Larry's a great dad. I mean, he is 100, just freaking great. And,
Yeah.
sometimes they would go. They didn't, it wasn't necessary. I mean, they didn't have, they could go every weekend if they wanted to. And sometimes they did. I mean, the older that they got, sometimes they would go more. We never were, like dead set on this is what you're going to do. And,
Yeah.
whatever they wanted. It was like, whatever y'all want, it's cool. But I mean, he worked on the weekends too. I mean, he had to make ends meet and he had more bills coming in than I did. And I totally understood. And if he had to work on a weekend painting some cars and doing some side work or something like that, I mean, that's what he needed to do. And, the kids would be with me. That's fine. I love my babies. We
Yeah,
have
but
fun. We get things together. I mean, it's cool, whatever. But we co-parent is so great. And it's like my kids, they appreciate so much the way that we came together and we co-parented. And parents need to think about that. And as outsiders looking in with this case, you need to think about that. They were co-parenting the best that they could at the time that they could. Different shit was going down. They were looking for a place for Sebastian to go and live. Seth is talking about, hey, he could come and stay here. Oh, they were talking about going here. No, he don't want to go there. I mean, it was just a lot of chaos about where Sebastian was going to go. But he was going to
right.
go somewhere. He was going to go somewhere. So you got some people that say, okay, the way that they took care of it was they offed him. He's gone somewhere. They've offed him, and we need to find where his deceased body is. And then you've got the camp that says, okay, he left on his own, and he went into the construction area, and he had a mishap. He had a accident. Okay, you got that camp.
Yeah.
Then you got the Bobby camp. Something happened with her kids.
Right. Which I
You
just
know,
don't believe
I
that.
mean, you
Yeah.
got all kinds of different camps of what people think. But which one is true? We don't know. We don't know. So don't put all your eggs in one basket. Be open to whatever it is, however it's going to be. But if you are living in a city that has, and you go to that local gas station, you go to the laundromat or you go to, a certain place all the time and you never see Sebastian, but you could, why don't you do that? I mean, could you at least be a part of the solution? And I mean, just in case, he could be at the
Yep.
campground that's right next to you.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Yeah, too, Jen.
I
I'm
mean,
so glad you brought that up. Yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, and these places are seasonal, a lot of them, with with them having so much involvement with campers and then the 17 hours and all of that, I think about that all the time. That he could be staying, and it's not like you really have a lease at these places or month to month. You can pay for, I mean, they have different ways to pay too, but you could pay for 3 months up front or whatever. So yeah, I mean,
I
there's
mean,
just
that's
so
all
many
that Seth
options.
is asking of us, just in case. I mean, because if he has ran off, why hasn't he called him? I mean, there's a lot of questions. And Seth doesn't know. He's clueless. He doesn't care. Whatever the case is, however it ended, whatever it is to be. I mean, where's Sebastian? That's all he wants to know. Where is he? How can you help find him? How can you be a part of the solution? Not a part of the drama. the
Right.
solution and helping him to find his kid. And that's all he's been asking. Where is Sebastian? What happened? Yeah, I
And I
mean,
don't
do
think
you
it's
want to
too
go
much.
against the other parent because you don't know? Yeah. I mean, don't you want to know where your kid is? Yes. Are you going to just look for anything and every alternative? Any person that's willing to help you? Yeah. Should you trust everybody? No. There's a lot of ins and outs in this shit. And
Oh
we've
yeah.
got to help be a part of the solution instead of being a part of the freaking drama, dude. This is crazy, man. It's just so crazy how many people flock to the drama and being and not being. These people haven't even not one flyer have they put out, not one, and they are talking all kind of shit. These
Gosh,
people
I
are just
know.
shit. They are part of the shit show. And people gotta call them out. I mean, if somebody gotta do it, I will do it. Somebody's gotta call them out.
Well, and Jen, didn't Nick make a birthday picture of Sebastian that put happy 17th birthday because I put it in my video. So, I mean, all the creators that were making those, I tried to grab them all up and put them in my video when you guys went for um the Culver's Day for Sebastian's birthday. And so for people to say, well, he's not allowed to speak on Sebastian until his parole's up, I would have to say then I don't know that that's completely true because he didn't get in trouble. I mean, I think that's still posted. So, he could at least throw us a fucking bone. Excuse my language, but really, like, throw us a bone, man. Throw Seth
Yeah,
one.
yeah, I mean, just I mean, can we just have a little bit of crumb?
Just a little
Damn,
bit,
girl.
a tiny bit. That's why I'm upset. Like, there's a
A little bit of
reason.
something, something, just a little bit of something, something over here. Just a little
Yes,
bit of
because
something,
we're
yeah.
starving over here. Hello,
Shit.
Yeah, yeah. He's got more star power than I do. So
Yeah,
so
stomach
put it
suck.
put
I mean, my stomach's over here sucking on my backbone. I mean, we're starving. Give us
Yep.
something. Something.
Yes.
Something. We need something, girl.
Yeah, and we need to be supportive and not, and that's the thing. I just don't see the support and going over to the B and doing this and doing that. I mean, it is just drama and nothing good will come of it, and that just gives them a reason to say, haha, we got another person coming over here. And it's ridiculous. It's like, I don't know, even if I decided not to support Seth tomorrow, say, um which I don't see that happening, but if it did, hypothetically speaking, I wouldn't try to bash him, and I've seen people do that as well, and it's like, what the hell
Well,
is
honey,
going on?
that's because you're not juvenile. That's because you're not uh, what what is it called? Oh yeah, vindictive. A
Mhm.
vindictive personality. Ooh, girl. Okay, jealousy. Yeah, I don't like that. Vindictive. You got me fucked up.
Oh,
Don't be
100%.
vindictive. Don't be vindictive. Okay. Don't do that because I will win. Don't
Oh,
ever come to
definitely.
yeah, don't ever come to me like that.
No, and it is, it's
Yeah,
so
you are not.
childish.
Yeah, it's so, oh my God. I cannot believe the amount of people that are so vindictive. Can you believe it? It is astronomical, girl. The amount of people that are so juvenile. We can see it on the YouTube streets. This is why it's such a challenge for me to be on these streets because I want to challenge myself with these people
Right.
because
It is a challenge.
these are the bullies of middle school. This is where you're gonna find the reigniting of that trauma. Anything that you would have had in middle school. I didn't have it. I
Right.
didn't. I didn't have no trauma.
No, I was involved in all kinds of crap when I was a kid. I mean, I was in Girl Scouts, I was in cheerleading, I did, volleyball, I
Same,
did, like
same,
you
yeah,
do.
same,
Yeah, I did
same,
swimming. I
yeah,
decided I wanted to do that in high school,
yeah.
so I mean, it's just uh, I don't understand especially with us all being adults over here, because TikTok is a younger crowd. So
I love
that's interesting.
volleyball. Oh my god, I love volleyball and softball.
Me
It was so
too.
much
See,
fun.
I should have played softball because I would have enjoyed it. I mean, I played on, like, you know, a lot of the bars would get together and you'd have, teams and stuff because I had worked at bars and stuff like that. So I was involved in that like as an adult, but um yeah, I mean, and when I was younger too, I like to play basketball. I mean, we had a full basketball court in our driveway. Just
I didn't work the bar scene. I didn't work that bar scene until I was in my 30s. It was a definite eye opener. I mean, I was so like sheltered as a kid, I think. Me and my ex-husband both, I mean, we're like old fashioned. And I think that's where me
Aw,
and Seth find common ground is because he's old fashioned too. And,
yeah.
the old fashioned ways of being with, relationships and the way that it's I think that the public has a bad taste in their mouth, maybe,
Mhm.
that's not true, and it could be with Katie and Chris too. But the thing that gets me with Chris is the fact that Nina has such a strong testimony. And I can't forget that. I can never unfeel the way that she made me feel when she was crying and she was talking about Chris coming against her children and how he
Yeah.
was reacting and behaving to her children.
Mm,
And that's what gets me the most is like, okay, if he was like that with her children and putting them in the corner and throwing them around, and if she is true to that, and that is true, we don't know. We really don't know if that's true or
right.
not. But that's her
Right. It's just her
testimony.
account.
That is her testimony. Okay. We are not in the court of law.
Right.
But it's almost like she did give a testimony to the people, and it's made an impression on us. I know it has me,
Oh, me
and she
too.
made Chris out to be a very vindictive, cruel, selfish, egotistical, little man syndrome type of dude. And it gives me the heebie-jeebies when it comes to, okay, so this dude was also around Sebastian. I mean,
Right.
little Seth.
Yeah, and then on top of it, look at the way that Katie also participated in all of that with Nina.
She was
As a
she was
woman, I
co-signing
couldn't
it
do it.
all, babe. Like
Yeah,
signing her name on the dotted line.
she sure was. I mean, and the saddest, that's just so sad to me because I could never do that to another mom. Like that would never bring me joy. I would be scared and I'd run away if I saw that happening or if my, significant other wanted me to participate in something like that. I could just never do that. And I don't know,
Do you
I
think
think it
do you
shows
think
who
he
Kate.
could have run away? Do you think he could have run away and nobody seen him on cameras and somebody took him somewhere and he ran away?
I mean,
Do you think that that could be a part of the lights in the cemetery? Him running away
maybe
and
um
never looking back until he's 18 or what? What do you think?
they they took his cell phone, didn't they? I mean, they got Sebastian's cell phone. Even if he would have.
That was sitting on the counter being charged where it always
Mhm.
is night after night. They didn't let him. They were very strict. They
Right.
were very,
Right.
very strict on Sebastian. I would have ran away. I would have ran away. I'm
I
just
would have
saying.
too.
I would
Yeah.
have ran away so quick. I don't even care if I had shoes on or not. I would have
No
ran away from
kidding.
that place so quick, dude.
Me
So I don't know.
too.
I don't know. Cause Sebastian be like, flipping everybody the finger and be like, I'll see you one day. I mean,
Yeah. I could
I
see
don't know.
that because he was getting sick of it. You know he was getting
I
sick.
would
I
have
mean, we all
been,
know.
man. I would have been like, y'all adults, y'all figure y'all shit out and I'll be back one day. I mean, I could see my son doing that. If he
Right.
was faced up against something like that, I mean, he had it great, but if I think that if my son would have been faced with something like that with his personality, he would have been like, y'all figure y'all shit out. I'm out. Y'all figure your own stuff. I'm done. I don't like it, not one of y'all. I'm done.
Exactly.
I'm gonna
Exactly.
find my own way. I don't
Exactly.
know. I don't know. I
I
mean,
don't know
the
if
way
he was
that
due
Chris
to
is
return home, Star. I know that it took him like, according to him, it took him like 7.5 hours to, get home when even though he was notified at 6 a.m., he didn't get home from 3.5 hour drive. It took
I
him
get
double
trigger
that
behaviors
time.
too. Yeah, Neuro VX, she says, or he says, CP gives me trigger flashes, some behaviors and phrases, or someone wants to know and escape from dark, dangerous, in my opinion. Yes, I feel that.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, it's
do
a
feel
dark
that. Like
triad.
yeah, I've been with people that are abusive, men that are abusive, that have that type of personality that try to overpower me, and it can become abusive. I feel that it is a trigger. The way that he talks to women, I hope that my son would never talk to women the way that Chris Profit has talked to women. My son would never do that. And I
Yeah.
think there's some type of respect that you should be raised with without being, just a bitch and tongue lashing and being a little girl, a little boy, just not being a man. That's the way I see it. I don't
Oh,
appreciate
yeah.
it. I don't respect it. I don't like it, the way that he treats women. And I think I look at his mother. I go back to looking at his mother because that's where she could have done better.
I'm there with you, Faye, on that. I mean, the one thing about I just don't see him getting out of the neighborhood without getting caught on camera. At some point or another, it seems like everybody in the neighborhood had cameras. I mean, like according to the dispatch, there was, some people didn't catch anything on their cameras, and then um it just seems like everybody in the neighborhood had at least a camera or two. Um, so I know that's what's really tough. Yeah, that's just really that's tough, Faye. I know. I wish, Jen, I wish that we had the footage, not the Nick Barris footage, but the actual footage. Like, why can't we see that? And why doesn't I mean, maybe the person who has it believes it's part of the investigation, so they don't want to release it publicly. I get that. Um, but I wish they would show us so we could make an educated decision on that one way or another. Because if Sebastian made it home, I think that's how we got out. That's just my opinion, but
I don't know about the burner phone. I don't know about that. I'm not I have no idea.
yeah,
And
yeah, I
nerdy
don't know about the
nerdy,
burners.
I mean, even nerdy addict, I mean, no matter what people think, I mean, even I think even the worst of the worst creators that you might vibe with or you don't, or in between, anybody and everybody that's talking about Sebastian, we, that I'm grateful for that. Even if it's in a bad light, I mean, at least he's being thought of and talked about or thought, just His
Yeah,
bad
I
guy.
mean, I do think it's weird that he knows Barbecue Lady or that he had her phone number and stuff. Like that was kind of weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they work together on a different case, or I don't know. But I guess he worked for At Night for a time period too, which is interesting. Oh, Sammy says everybody in the neighborhood had a camera. Oh, sorry, I lost it. Sammy says, yeah, everyone in the neighborhood had a camera except for the lady that worked for the camera company. Shaking my head. Oh, Lord. Yeah, works for Brinks, but doesn't have a camera. Very, very odd indeed. And Jen, people were thinking that maybe that's what the police were looking for in the landfill was, the cameras.
I mean, it makes you wonder what were they looking for? They weren't there that long. I mean, so they weren't, if you think back with the Quentin Simon case and other cases where there's a landfill search and they're looking for remains, they stay there for quite a while. I mean, they're investigating day in and day out at that landfill, and they're making sure. I don't know. I did they check other landfills? What evidence do they have that we don't know about? It could totally blow our mind and just
Right.
sideswipe everything that we have been thinking about. We just got to be open to a change of mind, a change of heart, and no matter what, all we can do is our part. What can we do? We can hand out flyers, we can have magnets on her car. I mean, however deep you want to go, you can order merchandise from Seth and be a
Yeah.
walking billboard. You can do all kinds of different things. You can hang flyers. You can just talk to your neighbors, make sure your family knows about it. Anything and everything that you can do to bring awareness, Sebastian, you're being a part of the solution. Otherwise, if you're not doing any of that and you're just on social media and you're just shit talking and throwing money at being shit talker, you're a fucking part of the problem and you suck. You need to change your ways. You need to be better. Okay?
Exactly. And I mean, it is about learning too, because there's a lot of things I've learned from Sebastian's case, and I'm like, wow, I could have done that so much better or different. Um, I'm learning also, where to look for information and how to kind of sleuth and things like that. I mean, I always say my ex-husband made me a good investigator because he would lie and I'd have to, bust his ass out. But that's kind of where I learned to look at different things. But then now with Sebastian's case, it's like I've learned, Facebook is a good resource. Public records, not so much, you know, um, not so much at all. But, I mean, every little bit helps and it gets us better as we go, and I'm grateful to have been able to learn so much from Sebastian's case. I just hope we can bring him home soon. And thank you, Jen. I love your heart. Thank you. Aw. Member for 4 months. Thank you, Jen. So um yeah, it's just a lot. And again, I just want to stress the importance of how we can all come together and just show Sebastian, like you said, Jen, you know, let him know that we're looking for him, that we really want him to come home. Because look, if he did by chance decide I'm out of here, maybe he would come out of hiding if he knew that people cared, or if somebody has him somewhere, maybe he has no idea that we're looking for him and that he's become so popular just everywhere because of YouTube, because of the national coverage. Maybe he doesn't even know. that were looking for him.
He's got to know. I mean, surely he knows. Surely he knows.
I think he knows, he would know, like, that his dad would be looking for him for sure. Just knowing their relationship.
Yeah.
Um, I could see him being like, my dad is looking for me. Um, I do have faith in that. But yeah, I think it would just be a really, nice thing to remember Sebastian. And I know that a lot of people locally do know about him, but maybe there's people that don't.
There
So,
are people that don't know about him, babe. There are people that don't know, so can't always think that, everybody knows about him. I mean, I remember Tony telling me, Jen, I mean, it's national, but there are people in your own state, cities, neighborhoods that they've never even heard about Sebastian.
right.
So, I mean, we can all do our part. That's all I can say. That's the biggest part of when a missing kid go when a kid goes missing is just do your part. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And I mean, I think that's the biggest thing because there may be somebody who has expertise on the situation that comes in and, that has never heard about Sebastian before and they say, "Well, have you thought about this?" And none of us have thought about it, right? Especially because we're so involved in the case that outsiders looking in. I thought it was interesting. Deception Detective was saying that the one of the channels that um did a review on in the Jack and Lily case, and they did an interview with Daniel Martell, and he was saying that when you're the interviewer, it's a tough situation to be in, and you should probably trust or listen to everyone else who is actually listening to that interview and not so much your own judgment because you're the one that's building rapport with this person and trying to get them to talk. And so everybody else in the chat or people who are viewing it later have a better understanding of what they're looking at because they're on the outside looking in. And I think that's really important to remember, um, to keep that in mind. What do you think, Jen, about the I think Sam's referring to CP, um, that he wasn't home Friday night, Saturday or Sunday. What was he doing? What do we think he was doing Friday night, Saturday night, and then Sunday all day? I think that's a valid question.
I mean, the law enforcement seems to think that they have his alibi in Memphis, Mississippi. So I don't know. I mean, that's for the law enforcement, and it's not like our law enforcement here would be like Grady Judd and just come out and say everything and give us all the details.
Right.
He just didn't. He hasn't, and he's not going to. It don't look like. Even with the amount
Hmm.
of pressure, he hasn't. Craddock, they're. I mean,
Yeah, he hasn't budged, right? I mean, he's really
nope.
stood strong on like that. I'm not talking anymore about it. Um, Which again, I just think that if and it's not because I like Seth Moore or anything like that. I just see his efforts. Also, I just want to say I think that Seth should be cleared because one, he showed his time cards. He was working as an officer at the law. That's number one. Number two is that he did pass a polygraph through the FBI that was facilitated by Nancy Grace. That's another big check mark for me. And then the third one is that he's just been relentlessly looking for his son. I just don't understand how Eric Craddock could look at one of his own people like, the boys in blue, right? And not clear Seth when he knows that he has zero involvement and he was working all night and he got a phone call, don't be mad, and all that crap. I just don't see, I'm not understanding the disconnect. I'm just not. Are the Navy ties more important, or, what is it that's stopping them from clearing Seth? And that could alleviate all of the hate channels if the police came out and said, look, Seth was at work. We've done our due diligence for 2 years now. He does not have involvement. I just think that could do so much for to quiet the speculation.
I mean, what you said, amen to that, because I mean, he could bring on the Cold Case Foundation.
Mhm.
He could bring on all kinds of different resources. So,
Exactly. And that's what's so difficult. Um, you know, on a larger level, it would help tremendously. Um, yeah, because and I know everybody's always recommended, but I was back listening to one of Josh's lives, and Chris McDonough has talked with Seth a bunch of times, according to what Chris has said. But again, without that piece, it's really hindering experts to come in and look at it. I just don't know why they're. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like they're making it worse by allowing for the wild speculation, um,
I
even
mean,
for themselves.
good communication makes for a good relationship, and they're just not going to do it.
That's
I mean,
it. That's it.
we'll
Communication
see.
is
I mean,
key.
we'll see. We'll see if they actually will come out and say anything. I mean, hopefully they will, but probably not to our satisfaction.
Right.
It is what it is. We can't fix climate control, what we really want to see, and what we really want to see is just not happening. And it's just we gotta deal with it. I mean,
Right.
you know,
No, you're right. It is it's
yeah,
it is what we wanna see. We just want, you know, we just wanna find the truth. But I think that, it's just so clouded with the drama, and I think that they could really alleviate a lot of that by just saying, "Hey, Seth was
I
not
agree.
involved."
Yeah, I
I
agree.
know, but it's hard, Jen. It's like they don't owe anything to any of us, but I think that I'm absolutely seeing that major disconnect there.
Yeah,
So,
just clear him, let him go,
yeah.
and be able to bring in the Cold Case Foundation. I
Yeah.
think that's what we really need at this point. I mean, what else? I mean, what is there anybody else that can help? I mean, we know that the cold case could, if Seth was just cleared. I mean, just help us out there. Just do something different to help bring Sebastian home. Get out of your ego, guys. Come on. Let's all
Yeah.
pitch in to do what we can to bring this young man home
And it's
safely.
not too much to ask for, I don't think.
And if Katie, honey, come on. You got to give us a bone, man. Where's he at? What'd you do? What happened? Just tell us. She knows. I mean, she's the last one with him. She knows where her
Yep.
son's at, guys. She knows.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
can't
it's
be just
so apparent.
oblivious to the obvious. The obvious is she knows. No wonder the law enforcement gave her multiple lie detector tests. I mean, we can't be just stupid. Jesus.
Right. I know, and that's the thing. And, the lawyering up is always a big one. And I know that we can't, hold that against her in a court of law, but in the court of public opinion, we all kind of know that that's admitting a level of guilt. In the same way, I do look at it from both sides. And I'm like, if people thought I hurt my kid and I didn't, I'd get a lawyer too. So, I mean, I see it.
Yeah, I see
But
it. Yeah, I can see that too.
yeah. Yeah, but Jen, what do you think about, because I always think this is the weirdest thing, and I know that Chris says a lot of crap and he could be bullshitting, but and he probably is. But what do you think about when Heather Cohen was told that nobody questions Katie alone without Chris there, not even law enforcement?
I mean, he's wanting to fix, manage, control everything that she says and does, and she's co-signing it. She gets off on it. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I think.
Yeah,
I
I
think
could see
I
that.
think I think Katie, I think she's a grown woman and she ain't gonna she's a redhead. I mean, I don't know if y'all know about redheads, but I do. And
Jen.
they're strong-willed. It's like if you look at a redhead, you're like, where's the Aries? Where's the Aries in your chart? Because it's dominant. It's dominant.
Yeah,
You're a fiery fight. I mean, you're a firecracker. That's all you are.
right.
And I don't think that Katie is going to be coerced into anything that she doesn't want. And I think that Chris is he's got a lot of insecurities and she knows this, she gets it, but I mean, Katie's got a lot of investment in her relationship monetarily.
Right. She likes that
My
status,
opinion. You ask?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's afforded her a lot of things that, it wouldn't have otherwise, or if she decided, "Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and pack my stuff up. I've had enough of Chris. He's put us through way too damn much. He's put my child through this. The state is mad at me because I'm allowing for all of this." And, even though she would have been in a better position, she would have lost a lot of that, right? Because two incomes is better than one always. So she's missing that piece, but um, she's absolutely, I think, financially invested, but also, she just thinks that Chris hung the moon, and I don't see it. So
Right.
that's what.
Me
But I
either.
mean,
Me
yeah,
either.
again,
And
that's her choice.
Rosebud is talking about the lawyer and lawyering up. I mean, this is
Hmm.
the way I see that too, is that Katie, her mother-in-law, Kathy, Kathy's lawyer, that's where you want to look. Okay.
Right.
Kathy's
F and
Kathy's
Patty.
lawyer. Miss Patty. Miss Patty, where you
Hmm.
at, girl? Where you at? We need some assistance in the law.
Right.
Yeah, Miss Patty.
Yeah, she has a lot to do with a lot of this, and I'm sure consulting her was one of the
Don't
first
she
things
though?
they
Don't
did.
she though? She does.
Oh,
She's a
yeah.
part of it. She's a part of this story. If we're gonna write a book, we gotta have Miss Patty in there.
Oh, definitely, because she just adds a whole nother layer to it. She does, and, maybe that's what Chris is talking about when he talks about, nobody questions Katie alone, because he had already consulted his lawyer, and they already probably said, "Hey, if we're questioned, we're gonna have a lawyer there," or something to that effect. That's something that I kind of where my mind goes off to. So Oh, how
exactly.
fun, Army vet. That's fun.
I'm gonna have to jump off. It's way past my
Oh, I
I'm
know,
done,
Jen. I'm so glad you were
girl.
up here. Yes, yes. And thank you for being, just always honest. And I appreciate that. And like I said, I would never want to just have someone that,
And I appreciate you being honest too and talking
thank
me
you.
through stuff and being like, "Hey, but what about this?" "What about this?" and challenging me. I appreciate you. I love you. I love that we
Yeah,
can have a difference in opinion and challenge one another. I love that. I love
right.
that about you, and that we can still maintain a friendship and be just kosher as hell. I love it. I love you.
Yes, I love you too, Jen. And I think it's important for Sebastian to have people that are willing to look at every single thing. Don't just take it for face value, look into it for him. He deserves that. And the fact that you do that and you look into it or you want to see, the source of the information, I think that's so important and that people forget to do that because it is, it's not as fun as just listening to it and saying, oh yeah, this is true. But it's good to go and do your own research on any of the things that we talk about. I mean, because it's all opinions. So thank you, NeuroV. Well,
Yes.
great, Jen. I'm gonna hop off of here too, girl.
All right. I love you, babe.
Love you
Y'all,
too.
thank
Thank
you
you,
so much,
Jen.
chat. I appreciate y'all listening to us and talking to us and just talking
Yes.
this out as a community because that's really what it's all about. We're just talking it out, our opinions, what we're thinking.
Right, and let's be better than the hate channels, and if it's one of our own people, quote unquote, that's doing some dirt, point it out because it doesn't make us any better if we allow for fuckery on this end, but then point it out on the other end. It just has to be across the board. Support Seth and Sebastian, support finding Sebastian, and consider the facts before you consider the chatter. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, thank you, Jen. I will talk to you later.
I love you, honey.
Love you
Sleep
too.
good.
All
I will
right.
talk to you tomorrow. Bye, y'all.
Okay. Bye, guys.